So baby, let's up it tonight. Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky. mean to say too much, but you've been driving me crazy. Never felt like this before. I try to be nonchalant, even though it's obvious. I can never help wanting more. Oh, slip into the dark and then we end up in each other's arms. There's no looking back, I gotta find a way to where you are.
Make me your shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I call home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I will follow you. We can never test the I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. No, they can never test the I'll follow you into the dark. The dark. Play me like it's truth or dare. The way you're pulling me closer makes me wanna bear it all for you. Ooh, why don't you show me how much you care? Be the devil on my shoulder, 'cause I don't think we got a lot to lose. Ooh, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever you go. You know I'll follow you. Only feel right when I got you close. Without you, I'm hollow. Wherever you are is where I call home. Make me your shadow. Your shadow. Shadow, make me a shadow. Wanna be with you wherever world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. I'm searching for with a break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to the Rocket League Championship Series Open number 4. It's the road to Paris right here in the sub-Saharan African region. I'm Sam. I'm going to be your host today. And once again, I have my wonderful panel to help guide us through the action that we're going to have today. Let's do a little bit of a round table, folks. It's Championship Sunday for the first Open that leads us to Paris. GB, how you feeling?
Well, you have your wonderful panel and Bromeo and Pyro as well. So a good day.
How dare you, but me too? Come on.
Oh, listen, we're now at the pointy end, right? This is where it means so much, and the stakes, as we're going to talk about, are higher than ever. We have Bro Crows who want to upset the apple cart, Five Fears Pioneers. It's always a good day on Championship Sunday.
Romeo, you're not going to take that lying down, are you?
No, I'm not. But I'm also the stats guy, so I'll wait until he says it again, and then we've got statistical equivalents to call him a badass. But
nerd.
Look, we're looking at a serious Champ Sunday today because we have so many upsets along the way. We've had some new things introduced into the pot. We saw Pioneers go down just before the weekend. Are we going to see that again today? We don't know. There are so many things we don't know, and I'm here to see all of it.
And Pyro, what about you? You gonna poke back? Somebody's got to poke back.
I just feel like everyone's saying this is chaotic. Pioneers lost. The competition's blown wide open. Who knows what's going to happen? I haven't seen Five Fears lose in a pretty long time here. I don't know that there's really any lack of certainty that there is a cream of the crop, that there is the top of the comp. So Five Fears, I'm expecting some big things out of them today. I'm excited.
Well, before we jump into that, let's get a little bit of a recap for anyone who maybe missed out on yesterday's action, so you can see how the bracket has started to shape up over the course of day number 1. And it was a doozy of a bracket. We were really surprised to see which teams were in the upper bracket, which teams were in the lower bracket. Everything was topsy-turvy. And across the board, it was a fairly one-sided day. Of course, the one game that we thought was going to be quite a close affair, Deathcloud versus Astronics, certainly did deliver. But I guess I'd go so far as to say this was somewhat as predicted, except maybe game number 3, Bromeo?
Look, I got thrown a curveball on there. I was on that Astronic train all the way. Deathcloud said no, though. And having a look at the rest of the results, you could see it was pretty one-way traffic. The interesting result was the Five Fears Synthesis. Synthesis being the top seed for the event, so it's a 0-4 rather than a 4-0. But yes, Sam, I do think that a lot of this was to be expected. At this stage of the season, you're seeing a few teams really level up. And I feel like that's where you're starting to see teams earn their reputation as a solid performer.
Well, let's cast our eyes forward to today, because once again we have 4 action-packed games ready and waiting in the wings for all of you. Oh, we're going to skip that for now. We're going to look at our standings. Apologies, me jumping the gun slightly. So this is kind of where we're shaping up after day 1. And, well, Deathcloud are currently sitting up there. Yes, they've had a really strong performance so far, and we've been talking about teams trying to make a case for themselves, being that third best. Brokroko's kind of cemented that for themselves in the last Open, but it certainly does feel like it's anyone's game, Pyro.
It does. It's a race to the top that's been set now for the majors. Everything to keep in mind, there's just that added bonus of major interview. Hey, if we make world, so you gotta keep in mind there's 2 races right now, not like that world championship. It's so fun to score set. They're the chaos of major.
Today that in a move Pioneers, who for the longest time sat top throw, and our 3 the day. Like I said, so I feel one meeting. So two teams.
We are and the Crows. There's a number 10. They're coming out of that top 4 looking to break through. They did themselves a massive favor by beating the Pioneers and GSL on Friday and beating the Bro Crows, but then dropping off a little bit yesterday. So they are still trying to make their statement, and they've made some doubters of the early believers like Bromeo.
Well, that kind of brings up the question, do we feel like Brocrocros have a read? Because of the fact that they've played before, because Brocrocros are quite a structured team and they've got coaching behind them, they've got support behind them. Do they have some sort of insight, or do we think maybe Astronic could surprise us, Romeo?
I think that's a very good question to ask, because at this point, Brocrocros went down to Astronic in the group stage, and now having a chance to face them again, they got blitzed the first time, was Brocrocros against a very aggressive, abrasive Astronic Esports, knowing that Skill Steal, for example, leads the demo stats. And I think, Greybeard, you were saying they're averaging 4 demos a game versus Brocrocros 2. So that just shows the disparity in style. But it also means that Brocrocros knows what's coming this time, and they will have had time to adjust that. So definitely a good coach like Slayer, he will have seen this, they will have prepared for this. So it is definitely in Brocrocros' advantage to have played them before.
Now, just a quick one for everybody watching in Twitch in particular. You can now get involved in our Twitch vote. So let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here in this game. Hashtag BCC or hashtag ASTR. Let us know what you think, because honestly, I think this could be a little bit of a tougher one to call. I mean, you were talking about the demos, and I think there was something else that really came into the conversation with us in the green room was also about, resource control, getting those boosts early. So sure, maybe Brocrocros have a little bit of a read here, but Pyro, do you think that Astronic still have a chance at leveraging that aggression into another win over this team?
I'm just having a look at these demos here. 5.23 demos for Astronic per game this open. That's absolutely wild, Pyro.
It is. I wanted to bounce off your demo comment, and I was just thinking so hard about it at first. But yes, they can coach and they can prepare as much as they want, but like digging in the stats in their most previous encounter, Skill Steal and Inspire averaged over 3 demos a game just themselves. I mean, that is diabolical. You can prepare as much as you want against the demolition, but when Skill Steal, the vet, is firing every boost from the cylinder right at you, I don't know what you can do.
Well, we've spoken a lot about what, Astronic may bring to the table here, but it's time to decide, have you convinced yourselves of their potential? Let's go into our predictions. Greybeard, we'll start with you here. Who do you think's taking this series?
So I'm going to predict with Astronic and it's important to know why, as it's not necessarily just based on the numbers. I want them to win because it increases the conversation about the teams at the top of the thing. We've way past being a 1-team region now. There's an argument that we're a 2-team region. I'd like to see more than that. So that's why I'd like Astronic to do it, and I think they'll do it 4-2.
Okay. Romeo?
I think I've spoken up Brocrocros, their style, that they're very well coached. I also agree that everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And I think that's going to be very, very true here today. That said, I do think Brocrocros is going to take this one through.
Okay. Pyro?
I'm thrilled with the momentum of Astronic right now. You take down Brocro and Pioneers in GSL stage. Skill Steal always comes through at some point in the season to take down the top of the region. And I want that momentum to roll on into another win today. Give me Astronic.
Okay,
Sure.
well, I'll round out the predictions and throw my hat in for Brocrocros here. So we'll have a nice little split across the sea, you know, between us on the desk. That doesn't happen often. Usually there's like most of us one way and then one crazy person, that's usually Greybeard, with the wildest take imaginable. But we're a little split down the middle at the moment. Let's have a look and see if Twitch chat are also split down the middle, and not quite down the middle, but again, there's quite a heavy lean here for Astronic. They had faith yesterday. Yesterday was not a great day for Twitch's predictions, so we'll see if they can step up a little bit today and
Chat has
change
been
that
hopeless.
momentum.
Yeah, sorry. Chat
Well,
were pretty
hopeless
hopeless
or
yesterday.
just-
Wow.
And so was I, but they were.
Wow.
And honestly, we need to repair ourselves today.
Well, it's hopeless or it's hopium, right? It's one of those two. Maybe a mix of A and B. Who knows? But that's about it from us here on the desk, folks. So, game number 1 of Championship Sunday. The big rematch between Brocrocros and Astronic. Winner secures themselves a spot in the semi-final. The loser goes down to the lower bracket. Casters, take us through it.
On a normal weekend, we save the fire. However, today we are to a display the likes of which we have not seen in 6 for a while. Astronic find themselves here. Against the was it?
In your run. We send our first team out here. Brocros and Astronic begin their fight for their lives.
Oh, Ultraism, it feels good to be back, doesn't it? Championship Sunday just gives that extra little bit of energy in the booth. I think we are just waiting on the teams to join up, and then we'll be getting things underway. But Alt, I mean, we are here, and I'm so excited to see what happens.
Man, this is one of the most stacked Championship Sundays I think we've ever had in this region. The fact that there are teams that we're going, is this a 1-horse region? Is this a 2-horse region? Could we be looking at all the way down to 4 has the potential? I mean, we've got 6 teams here today, and one of them are going to be going out of it. So we head straight into this Astronic versus BCC. And Rhino, I know that the panel was rather split. You and I both, though. I don't know, favoring BCC a little bit?
Yeah, and there are reasons that we can go. Very, very long for the Bros. Devout doubles. First goal.
A Bastion 2 feet away from where the goal is and never letting go. And between him and Spire, the backboard. Well, it's on target, only just.
He will try and bring it through. But Devout gets the goal.
Now he come out swinging, not just with a single blow, with a bit of a combo of their own.
Goes over the top. Stake makes the save. It might not matter.
What?
Inspire is there for the dunk. Astronic have come out to play in this first game of the series.
And I mean, it's not without its attempts at the saves there. Stake was doing a great job. Everyone from Bro Crocos was home. No one with the momentum or the ability to get up on the backboard and do a little bit more defense because there's just no time. The fact that people like Inspire and Devour are in immediately. Skill still getting involved there. Puts a venomous shot down, and that's a great carry over the top. Rather, he gets the nod. Gonna be finished. Gonna be secured by Stake at the end there. But Astronic, he seems to be ready to test more and more. I mean, look at this, off the top of his own goal for that first attempt.
Yeah, and how important could that be for Bro Crocos? They needed to get their first goal. They needed to settle things down. And that's exactly what they've done. And now they're going to go for a kickoff strat. The three-man passing play.
What?
Stake is going to get there. Oh, what a save on the goal line. Devour reads it well. The pinch back towards the Bro Crocos half. They tried to get that extra goal back quickly. They just couldn't do so. They couldn't find the space. But Bro Crocos building into this game. Jeff gotta get the second goal. And before halftime, we've had 5 goals already.
Okay, I'm so glad that Bro Crocos actually picked this up. That first goal out of itself, that shot, comboing off the kickoff, almost deserved one. Astronic hold it steady, but Bro Crocos give no quarter, immediately back into the attack, score the second goal, and again a second mechanical masterpiece to add on top of each other, looking for a third, and Jeff's, yeah, he's going to read it, actually leaves it to drop down there, gets in the way of the clearance attempt, but Bro Crocos, they're starting to feel a lot more confident, need to be careful not to give that into hubris.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You scored 2 goals back-to-back and you're still not ahead. That's going to be the concern right now for BCC. They need to get back to a level playing field so that they can then push forwards. But Astronic, they appear to have steadied the ship. Defense a little bit stronger now. Their offense starting to get rolling once again, which Bro Crocos will not enjoy watching. Now Jeff popping it high, looking for the run of Ravi. He's not going to get there first. That's a double commit in Astronic's half as well. Stake just trying to get around the defense, and a couple of fakes from both sides eventually give Skillsteal the ball. He drives forwards. Jeff is there to block him off. Can he follow through with a second touch? He absolutely can.
Back and forth. Both these teams really showing a lot of depth. Oh, that's a quick early pop. But above, the clang of the crossbar denies Astronic an extra goal. They would have loved that at this stage. But both these teams are having such good control of the ball. When they get onto a bit of a tear, they are covering half the field, and it seems like they've got at least 1 or 2 players that they can beat on every attempt.
Oh, another double commit from Bro Crocos. That's going to be really difficult now to recover from. Look in the top left, the resources difficult to regain. Stake, the only one with 100 boost. Ravi also goes up. Shots taken by Astronic, going to increase that statistic at least after this game. But no extra goals, and Ravi now trying to go the other way. Off the ceiling, can he follow through? No, there is a second man there. They can't convert either. Jeff, the pass back. Ravi won't get in front. Skillsteal to bring it away and win the 52.
Starting to see the level of respect shown by both these teams, considering the aerial ability. What is that? Oh, Skillsteal, he reads the pass coming in. And Inspire fighting the entire length of the field. This is just a moment of brilliance. Cuts across the direction of the ball and gets Astronic 2 goals up.
Unk still got it. Great speed coming through from Skillsteal. But you do have to say that Jeff maybe should have cut to that ball a little bit earlier than he did. Didn't realize the danger that was immediately there. And now Astronic have a cushion with 40 seconds to go. But this game 1 has set up a brilliant series, and Stake is going to take the freebie that Astronic give him. So many double commits in this game. This one a bit more egregious than any others we've seen so far. 34 seconds, Bro Crocos still 1 behind.
And it's not giving up the game just yet, but it's given your opponents a pathway back into this. And it's kind of the tempo, the feeling of this game. It's so difficult to read. Everyone has more touches than you expect, and even starting to flummox your own teammates. As Astronic have to suffer that. Still in control, have to cut this off. Devour's got the read on it, but not the boost to follow it up. And instead, a quick free jump from Skillsteal actually comes out the better. Going to win the 50 afterwards, get some momentum. It's Astronic on the right side of the field.
Yeah, but the clearance away could be big, and now Ravi has a lot of boost. He gets the reset. Backboard will be defended by Astronic, and the second man is not there in time. There's a chance to put it forwards from Stake, but that ball surely will drop to the ground, and it will. Astronic take game number 1, Ultraism, but that really doesn't tell you the whole story of this first game. It's been back and forth, left and right, up and down, and we expect the rest of the series to go the same way.
It really is. I mean, there's only really one unforced error that I can point out at that. The rest of the goals came from some of the highest caliber Rocket League we've seen in this region, and this is just how we're starting off Championship Sunday. Kind of alludes to that level of skill. This is the elimination match, and we're seeing skill steal, the guy who's retired I think more times than anyone else in SSA Rocket League coming back, and then this combo of Inspire and Devour on that backboard were menacing.
The demo that is on the backline, just immense team play from Astronic in the first minute and a half of this game, and even Inspire getting that dunk off the second man is so impressive. Ravi wasn't going to be kept quiet for long, and then he caused that goal, the start of the comeback for BCC. But Ultraism, if I go through every single goal that happened in that first game, we're going to be here for a while. So we've got to just talk about the overall feel of that game. And the one word that I keep coming back to in my head is chaotic.
Yes, chaotic, absolutely. There's an element to being able to control that, and it seems like these two teams are not trying to control the chaos. They're kind of riding the wave as far as they possibly can. But eventually it starts catching up as people dive down one after the other. It's trying to come out the better there, not in a comfortable way, and certainly not in any way that they were able to absolutely shut out their opposition. When BCC had their moments, it felt like Astronic was never in the communication, and although they have their own moments like that as well, as we see to start off game number 2.
Yeah, and that's a lovely flick over the top from Stake. He wants the bump onto Devour, doesn't get it. The catch from Ravi, the recovery is great as well. Trying to turn the corner, can't do so. But that's just a little glimpse into what man can do from the Crows. Now, down that left-hand side, trying to get the ball into the middle. No, cleared away. And Stake will now to put this up for Ravi. It's going to be picked off by Astronic. Now Inspire on ping, looking for the double! The Dutchman flies above everybody else, gets the first goal for Astronic in game 2.
The first touch is brilliant. The read is insane, and the fact that Skillsteal has enough faith in his teammate from that angle to go and peg down Stake in the back line is insane plays and insane teamwork. This is an Astronic that is looking like a squad united, and great pass towards the center. The beginning, Devour going to take a weak shot. That one actually beats Inspire. Suddenly, Astronic, they're backpedaling as BCC now wants to be their greatest. Great pass towards the center, but Jeff pushed up just a little too far. Instead, going to be looking to make for someone else.
Yeah, just that conversation not happening between the Crows, and now in a difficult position, got to make a defensive play. That's Ravi on the backboard. The pass down towards where Skillsteal was is now not where Skillsteal is, and Jeff on the right-hand side, getting over 2, having some help, double touch, Stake! The Spaniard levels things up for Crows.
Okay, so you're going to take it from your own side of the field, get the musty to just turn it into a pass, which ends up as a double off the backboard to slot in the goal. That's the level. 4 things in a row of incredibly high caliber just to get this game back to a level standings, but it has. All right, we're back to level ground. The series continues to swing. And we have Astronic versus BCC. Astronic in the ascendancy, going to take the shot. Inspire brings it back up to a 1-goal lead.
It's the import show in game 2. Inspire and Stake. They are the two who are getting the goals for their rosters. And that is an absolute beauty. Top right corner, postage stamp, upper 90, whatever you want to call it. I call it perfection. But Ravi might get the immediate response. Inspire, that's not a great clearance. Is there a follow through? There certainly is. Oh, what a save by Inspire! How has he made that double save? He'd go down the other end and score. Backboard, no. Cleared away by Jeff. But holy moly, what a few moments for the Dutchman.
Oh, and it feels like that is what's separating the teams right now. Can you make a double save off the kickoff while being harassed by the incoming aggressor? You're going to have to do it one more time. The pass connects. Jeff's going to be able to slot it home. We have a level game, and yet the furious punches are flying from every side.
I meant what I said when we've got fireworks early in the stream today, folks. I hope you haven't got anything to do today. Just watch yourself some Rocket League, because this is top level, highest caliber. And Devour's actually going to beat Ravi in the air there. Ex-teammates, now foes on the field. Skill Steal will reset, looking to follow through. No, Jeff, with the limited use that he has, find a pass down to Stake, who just tries to make it awkward, difficult for Inspire. Does a really good job of that. Wants to turn the corner, can't do so without players being in the way, but a team pinch booms the ball long. That's a miss from Inspire, but no one on the BCC side is ready for it. And Skill Steal brings it back down the other end. Cleared away initially. Devour out of the corner. Is there another one there? No, cleared away.
Man, we typically talk about boomer ballers, just hit the ball away and pray, but this is some of the fastest level. The carry from Devour only just turned aside from the back line. The perfect combination of these soft little touches, as well as creating the space and charging it down. Everyone trying everything that Rocket League has to offer here, and what a showcase as Devour looks once more.
Yeah, we always love to shine a spotlight on games like this because it shows, although we do talk a lot about Pioneers and Five Fears, of course, there is so much quality, so much talent in the pool here in SSA. Yeah, putting on a display for you today. Jeff is not going to be able to carry that through, but he still manages to make a tackle on Skill Steal there to make sure the ball goes onto the bar. That is just simply ridiculous. That level of recovery. Stake looking now maybe for a pass to Ravi on the far side. Has been cut out initially. Skill Steal will bring it through. Astronic just playing that little bit more confident, I think, on the ball right now with 1:15 minutes still to play.
Oh man, and with the threat of a shot from anywhere, a 50 that could go awry, a carry across the length of the field, and an infinite number of flip resets, it seems that both these teams, they're so temptatious to really push their foot forward. We see Astronic, they are cramping up BCC, who's been devoid of any sort of offensive opportunity for a while now. Inspire going to be looking to try get it around, but BCC stands resolute, have to try beat Skill Steal. They do so as Ravioli comes back, and again, it's these little 50s, they just put you back on your toes every time.
We got to give some credit to our panelists who spoke a lot about the way that no! Well, who needs to make a point about gameplay when Stake is faking everybody out? Look at this. 1, 2, go to the shops and buy me a Kit Kat. Other chocolates are available. And Pro Crocros take the lead 3-2.
How do you have that mentality when you've been actually chasing most of the game, if not just equalizing by incredible plays? You keep your nerve, you bait out 2 of your opposition, you have the opportunity twice, and a great one at that, and instead you're gonna dunk from the side wall! Ravi comes to the fore, and the entire thing turned on its head. 20 seconds left, and Pro Crow goes up by 2!
I mean, at some point, Astronic are gonna look around and wonder what more they need to do. They have been in the driver's seat for a lot of this game, but in the final minute, in the final 60 seconds, Pro Crocos have found another gear, and maybe they found 2. Devour off the ceiling, looking to bring this back to a 1-goal game. Can't do so right now. Jeff, who's been so impressive throughout this whole season, relatively unknown beforehand, but now he's coming to the fore. Cleared away by Stake, dropped down, and that will do it. Game number 2 goes the way of the Pro Crocos. And my goodness, do we have a series.
Oh, that could not have come for a better time. Not for the fans, not for us, not for the Bro Crocos. 2 games down would have been so devastating for them considering how hard they've been playing, but they get rewarded, and quite confidently so, everyone coming to the fore and being part of the conversation, and it seems like a single unified mind as opposed to 3 individual players. Same can be said about Astronic though. This is a clash of 2 hives at this stage, and the buzzing is sure to leave everyone on the edge of their seat. Look at this.
Just want to remind ourselves of some of these plays because these replays are going to go absolutely crazy. That shot placement from Inspire is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Ravi's going to get the bump here, which is going to cause the goal. Nothing in this game number 2 felt like it was anyone on either side really making a huge mistake that was capitalized on by the other team. It was teams making the opportunities for themselves, creating the openings out of what their opponents are doing. Whoa, Ultraism, I'm hyped. I'm excited.
That's the thing, is if you look at the diversity of the goals there, we had aerial carries, we had backboard reads, we had redirects, we had solo dribbles with fake plays. I mean, how much more do you want at any of these stages? And it kind of it's keeping this series guessing, because you get into a pattern sometimes and you go, okay, the pass towards the center, it's worked 2 or 3 times. No, every single goal has come through a new avenue, and both teams don't seem to be wanting to slow down at any stage. And I'm so excited for it. Game number 3 awaits, everything deadlocked, and I don't know, Rhino, the next 5 minutes is completely up for grabs for me.
Yeah, it really feels that way. I mean, Stake down the left-hand side. We'll see if Bro Crocos can take a lead in a game. They've not actually been able to take a 1-0 lead so far, and Jeff is going to have to try and make a defensive play to make sure that they have the chance, and he does. Ravi through the middle of the park, gets a brilliant 50. Can he get up for the second time? No. Cleared away by Devour. What a lovely touch from the youngster as well. It's cleared away by Stake for the moment. Inspire comes over the top. A double commit from Bro Crocos. They won't care when the ball goes to the other side of the field, though. Jeff will be given the 100, but actually it's taken away from him. And now the pass is brilliant, but it will be cut out by Stake.
Man, Astronics showing why they were there in the upper brackets just yesterday. And I mean, BCC have shown why they've been so highly ranked in our season throughout. These are 2 of the best teams and 2 of the most exciting teams for me, just because of what Bravian was saying earlier. This is showing that the number 1 spot is still yet up for grabs, because I don't know, if you're Pioneers, if you're 5 years, I'm not sitting looking at this matchup feeling confident that we could cover every one of these opportunities, Rana.
I mean, sometimes for both of these sides, it feels like they've got 4 players on the field rather than 3. They just swarm around the ball at points, and this is a lovely infield pass from Ravi. Stake won't get there. Jeff is a little bit too far back, playing that 3rd-man role and taking it very, very seriously indeed. So he's now going to be the one to make this defensive play. Out to the middle. Stake goes there with the challenge. Inspire pops it high. Skill steals there. Backboard. Oh, but now the counter-attack. Stake just doesn't get enough on it, and Devour will be able to catch. But both teams once again showing they can score from any moment.
Man, it really is devastating, because you're going, we don't want to give the ball too short because your opponents are getting it. It's the perfect Goldilocks situation, it seems, where that touch needs to be exactly right. A little too hot and you're going to burn yourself. A little too cold and you're going to get put back on ice and take a couple of steps backwards.
Yeah, it seems that way. Just a small overextension as well is going to really start to pay in a game like this, because both teams are playing to the inch, to the millimeter. And they're doing a great job at it, but this one off the backboard, still won by Jeff. Is there a follow-through? There actually is. Stake gets that high, but Devour with the squishy. It's going to be Stake now to try and bring this one through. Gets it over the top of 1. Now looking for a play onto the right-hand side. He will try and stick with this ball, but he doesn't have a lot of boost to work with. That pinch was so powerful, but Devour cuts it off. Now over the top of 1. Jeff will get there, but he will get donked by Devour. Coast to coast, it's 1-0 Astronic.
Oh, it was Inspire who had the previous solo play down the length of the field, but now it's Devour. So rarely in Rocket League, especially RLCS, do you get to see a single player making the impact, making the strides, and beating everyone. And then Devour just comes out a couple of days at the gym, give him the muscles he needs to tear down the fortifications 1 brick at a time. 1 goal up to Astronic, and it's taken a long time to get that.
Oh, Jeff. Real opportunity there, and will now be Ravi who has to go and collect on the right-hand side. Pass down. Jeff won't get there first. Oh my goodness, he's left Stake in a really awkward position. But the Spaniard deals with it well. Now trying to get beyond Devour. The pass is actually going to work out over to Ravi, who takes it past 1. Backboard pass. Stake isn't there first. And the demo onto Jeff is inspired by Skill Steal. He goes ahead. He's still got a chance. It will miss wide. But that is what Astronic do better than anybody else in this region, is find the efficient demo plays. There's another one. Skill Steal with an empty net to aim at, but it won't happen for him. Ravi still gets to the ball.
Almost feel like that needed to be a solid shot. Just whatever you've got, the best attempt, it might be saved, but give them something to worry about. There was no one to find the pass. Instead, BCC now get a little bit of space, going to push Inspire on his own back line. Comes away better than 1, gets the 50 on the second. Jeff, though, regains his composure, finds Stake in the center. A little bit more progress coming out. Jeff looking for the pass towards the center. Skill Steal delaying it for a little bit, trying to follow up, but Radley's good, gets to it first, and across, back and forth across the goals. BCC looking in this final minute for their shot. Jeff slows it down. Bump comes out from Ravi, but there's too many people in the way for Astronic. They hold alive for now, and now they look to put on some sort of aggression themselves.
Yeah, I don't mind the delay in play there from Jeff. He will now find a pass down the middle, but Inspire will be able to cut it off. And now with BCC having to move back towards their own half, Astronic can go and collect themselves a lot of boost and make those defensive plays once again. Skill Steal booming it down towards Jeff. Jeff will clear it away. Cuts off, not really. Stake with an opportunity. Oh, what a shot, but what a save. And now the clearance away. 15 seconds remain for Astronic to try and hold on to this. They might try and actually get the extra goal. It's not going to happen yet. Stake has the length of the field to run. He gets past the first challenge. He gets a pass off. Is that going home? No. But now there needs to be a second challenge to drop down. It will keep itself up the crossbar and down. BCC do everything but get the ball beyond the goal line. And it finishes 1-0 to Astronic.
Oh my goodness, after two high-scoring affairs to start us off, the shot counter does not drop at all. All that drops, though, is the goal tally, the saves. Devour on Astronic's line, coming out with 5 on his own, including that incredible squishy save. I mean, like you say, Bro Crocos, they couldn't do anything else. I really hope that these replays are going to do justice to just how hard. I mean, Devour, he pushes through one, but here comes the Bro Croco assault.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible. This right here, how this sequence doesn't result in a goal. What a save onto the crossbar, and the clearance away is just as good. But we're going to stay with this play because it immediately comes right back from whence it came. Stake through that left-hand side. Oh my goodness. You just, as you say, Bro Crocos are going to be looking around going, what on earth are we doing? And I said it yesterday, anything less than Neo Tokyo in one of the games yesterday is a travesty.
Yeah.
In this one, we've got to be going all the way, haven't we? This has got to be the first 7-game series of the weekend.
That was what my prediction was. I still think Bro Crocos was there and thereabouts. I put them as taking this in a 4-3. And considering the onslaught that they were able to put in just the last 10 seconds, I think there was 3 shots in a row there. And all of them only just saved. But Astronic, they do the work. They're straight away back into the attack. And they're up by a game. We head through. And now Neo Tokyo still looms. We're still able to deny it. But I don't think we've heard the last of BCC.
I don't think so either, but you have to remember every game so far in this series, Astronic have taken the lead from 0-0. They are the only team so far who have gone 1-0 up. They lost game 2. They won games 1 and 3. So I want to see if Bro Crocos can start a game early, if they can get that opening goal.
Yeah.
How does that then affect the dynamic between these two sides? Stake's going to try and do that right now. Lets it drop. Now takes it over the top. He gets the reset over the top of the defense, but the second man is not there in time. Devour gets it clear, and actually Astronic have been able to break the lines. But once again, I think that Stake it is right there to save Bro Croco.
Oh man, this is such a big part. The problem right now is Astronic on the ascendancy. Bro Crocos, they invest so much into their attacks, and there's so many moving parts towards it that if something goes wrong at the last, they end up having to try and recollect with nothing left, and they're still busy trying to repair the broken dam after that failed attempt forward. They're patching it up well though. Collected by Ravi, looking to set something up. He's got a one-on-one, cuts it towards the inside. Stake cut out there, saved and pinched off. Inspire. There's nothing that's going to get past them, and now it's once more Astronic that they get their chance in the sun.
Astronic's pace is so difficult to deal with right now for Bro Crocos. They're getting to that ball just a split second earlier, and that means that they can do a little bit more with it. Clearance away here from Ravi. He's not going to be able to follow through, but the bump is good. The demo on the backlines might be even better. Inspire takes out one of the defenders. Stake has to get across his goal line. Does pinch it to the far side. A ball into the middle. Inspire! Wow! Nails that one from the right-hand wall. Astronic lead again, 1-0.
There's nothing better Stake could have done. He had to cut that out beforehand and gives it some venom, trying to look for that corner and roll it around a little bit more. It bounces off just a millimeter out, it seems, and immediately jumped upon. Read at pace and directed into a perfect shot. So this is what we're talking about, right? This entire series seems that the story of the day is the shot is coming from anywhere at any time. And BCC just not ready this time. The shot again, this time off the backboard. Follow-up got to come out softly lobbed, and
it's proving
down the length of the field to their own backboard time and time again. But the secret was they held control and were able to eventually chisel out a path forward. There's a minute left on the board. Are we going to see it come to the favor of the more explosive Astronic? Or does BCC have the temperament to carry them a long and steady journey through to being even in the series?
Absolutely. Now the ball over to that far corner. Oh, there's an opportunity there, but Skill Steal once again, just that little bit quicker. What a save on the goal line. Wow, Jeff gets up so well to the top shelf to make sure that ball stays out of the net. He's been called upon a few times in defense, and he steps up every time. Now, Astronic trying to build something, but no. Cut off at the pass. Ravi looking for the musty pass. It's a little bit too heavy to get to Jeff on the far side. He will get the demo nonetheless. Now Jeff trying to find a way through. Can't do so. Blocked off by Devour. Ball off the backboard. It's going to waterfall down. Cleared away for now by Skill Steal, and the clearance is in. And that might just trigger OT, except for the fact that Devour's gone ahead. He's going to try and keep the play alive, but the pinch is a bit too heavy. Over to the far side. Is there a response? The pass middle. It drops. It's 1-1.
Oh, one last little look at the goals for each of the teams before we settle on a tie in regulation. And we head to our overtime there. And so much again, once more on the line. It's a similar story to the end of game number 1, where a goal here for Astronic as they look to challenge Stake on the baseline. Jeff in an awkward position, beaten by Devour. And Astronic suddenly give themselves something to smile about and go confidently up. Game point here in the series.
I mean, what more can Jeff do there in that instance, right? There's just no resources to work with on the side of Bro Crocros. And Astronic know that. They know that because they've been the ones who have been taking the resources away. So all Devour needs to do is put that just under the crossbar. He positions the shot perfectly. No notes whatsoever. Jeff can't do anything about it. And Bro Crocros lose game number 4. Astronic go up to series point. Not only that, it's top 4 point Ultraism.
This is huge. I don't even know if we're going to see Neo Tokyo, let alone our final stadium. But the fact here is Astronic 9 shots to 5 tells the story. They were battering BCC back and back and back. And while BCC, they had their creative plays, they certainly are working well together as a team, it has to be said, to be able to turn aside so many of these shots. And I mean, even their progress down the field, every one of their offensive attempts has got every one of the players involved. They're passing it back and forth. They're going and making them as much space as they can before they make that handoff. But it just seems like there's too much uphill battle here coming out of BCC.
It definitely feels that way, and I think that's exactly why they've called a timeout right here. Their hand has been forced, right? They need to have a conversation because what they're doing right now is not working. And it's a really tough one because Astronic, for the way that they played yesterday, obviously we saw them play against Death Cloud Esports. They really would have wanted to win that game. But they never looked at the same pace, at the same efficiency, with the same demo threat that they have today. They've clearly gone away from yesterday, realized that we didn't play our game yesterday. If we come in today and we change it up and we do what we have been doing for the rest of this open, we will be totally fine. And so far, that's exactly what they are.
That's the thing, is you've already just earned yourself the reputation of champion killer. You now come into this with your life on the line. You disappoint yourself a little bit yesterday after what you would have probably thought as being one of the easiest upper bracket opponents that we've ever had there. And now you're coming in and really realizing you got to step up. And Astronic is doing a superb job at that. The individual players are getting more efficiency, it feels like. Inspired, Devour, Skill Steal, all of them capable of taking off on a really aggressive and quite efficient little run. And Skill Steal going to be starting us off last game effectively if Astronic win it. But BCC, they've not really thrown down their gauntlets, their weapons just yet. They're still here to fight.
Oh, absolutely. Although that's a big overcommit on that side. Little bit of conversations happening. Another demo on the back line. Stake had to make adjustments and brings it back down the field. Devour not going to fall for that one. Gets beyond the second. Ravi's the last man, and Ravi makes the save. My apologies, but I mean, the conversation also has to be, guys, we go down 1-0 every single game. We need to change that. They need to take the opportunities when they can. Oh my goodness, so does Devour. How has that not gone in?
Despite having 2 players in the net there, BCC had no say in that conversation. Vigorous ring comes out there and another tap towards the net. BCC showing huge mechanics, but unfortunately, all of them in the defensive line as they save one more. Going to be forced into another one as Aspire. This one completely untouchable. Bro's crumbled slowly, but crumbled nonetheless.
If you go down 1-0 every single game in a series, you are giving yourself the hardest possible series to turn around. Bro's able to bring it back once in this so far, but Astronic are coming on strength to strength. More demos than any other team so far in this open, and it's exactly proven right there. They are just making it work, but Ravi, when he's not off the field, he can make magic happen as well. 1-1.
Oh, there was a confidence being shown by Brokos earlier, the audacity to make these psychological plays, and it's been vacant over the last two of our games. Right now, though, a minute 15 into this one, and we're seeing a little bit of a revitalization. I think Ravi was one of the few people who was able to find weakness in the Death Cloud backline yesterday, and managing to finally break through after this drought that's been here over the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, but Jeff comes over the top on the left side, and Bro's giving Astronic a taste of their own medicine. Ravi with a demo on the left. And that is going to be enough. The demo on the right as well for the onrushing player. Double demo from Ravi, the goal from Jeff. Bro's, have they solved the puzzle?
And I think they've just thrown caution to the wind. Did you see how high up Stake was in that play? If Jeff had gotten that even a little wrong, that could have been a goal the other way. But Bro's, their life on the line. They're ready to win this. They're going to wrench this ball out, and Ravi tries decently to tap that into the goal from above. Now having to do some defensive work, slows it down. Ravi gets a touch to turn it aside, but Astronic still lingering, still dangerous off the uprights.
Devour close to the leveler, the equalizer. Ball off the corner, chance for Inspire. He's going to find the pass back, but cleared away. And I do just want to correct myself on something. There is only one team who have secured more average demos per game than Astronic have in this open, and it's 5 Fears. That is the only team who can stand up to the outright just positive play from Astronic, the bullying that they've been able to do in this open, and it's the top team in the region. Now Jeff looking to get a reset. Oh my goodness, he still gets a touch on that ball. There's still a shot for Stake, makes the save. Is there a follow-up? No, Stake can clear.
Man, the speed that your brain has to work on, and they link together. He goes from defense to offense in a blink of an eye. We saw him make a double save there because of the fortuitous flip reset. Stake, though, no fortune. And fortune favoring the bold for Jeff as he continues on that rampage, goes down the length of the field, turns it into the goal, and Bro's never say die attitude gives him a second goal lead.
RLCS casters at large, Ultraism have spoken about the timeout buff. And what happens after the timeout, the percentage of teams that win the game after the timeout is weirdly high, actually. It's a very strange statistic. Bro's looking to continue to make that the case. Stake looking for a pass middle, cleared away. Another demo, this time from Devour. Will be Ravi now called into action to try and make sure the ball doesn't head towards the net. Nice pass, middle! Strike taken by Skill Steal, saved by Jeff.
Astronic taking some great shots and getting the ball, in fact, dangerously in front of the net. No one else going to charge for it, though, and maybe having had their look, content to now settle back a little bit. I don't know, though, if that's the right call. 2 up in the air from Astronic on the baseline. Skill Steals misses as well. It was an open shot opportunity for Ravi, but he misses it. I mean, they got their 2 goals that they wanted to, but with a minute and a half left, the third would have felt so good. Got to try for one more time, though.
Ravi, whoa, that's huge. Big clearance there from Devour. Picked up now by Jeff off the ceiling. Looking to follow again, but he just can't get down to the ball in time. Devour beats him there. Cleared down the line by BCC. Astronic very much still in this game. Devour takes a shot, but it's relatively soft, and Ravi sends it away. Skill Steal out of the corner. He's now going to look to be next up, but Stake clears it away down the right-hand side, and that apparently was the go trigger for BCC because they all swarm towards the ball. And actually, they've been beaten once again. Inspire gets dunked, and that is finally the way that Bro's find a way out of their half, but not for long. It gets sent back forward, will not be defended, but Stake still gets the first touch.
Oh, Astronic trying. They're getting some lovely high balls, some great cross-field challenges like this, but there's always a blue player in their face immediately. No quarter, no space given by BCC as of yet, but still Atronic searching as that timer ticks down though every second in the favor of BCC. And you at this stage start be hoping for a 1-goal lead to try and chase down Astronic though. Still 2 to get.
Yeah, they do, and in 10 seconds, it's just looking unlikely unless Jeff had a little bit of a miss there on the backboard. Could have been hairy, but in the end, they do just see it out. So there you go, 2 goals in 0 seconds is physically impossible. So the players might just keep this up for a little bit. No, there you go, Bro Crocros. They do take the game after their timeout, and we will go to Neo Tokyo. But Ultraism, have you seen enough there that Bro Crocros have solved the puzzle?
Looking at the shots, still no. There are too many worrying shots. There are 12 coming out from Astronic, one of their highest tallies in the series thus far. But between the cast the curse of me saying we're not going to Neo Tokyo and the time above, the 2 most powerful forces in competitive Rocket League, we're going to be going to Neo Tokyo! And I could not be more excited. We needed more of this series, and I think it would have been a travesty, Rhino, if we did not get to see our first game of the day. At least go to 2. One game for Bro Crocros is a robbery in my mind.
Yeah, it felt that way, didn't it? So the fact that we were able to get at least to this point where Bro Crocros are clearly making this a difficult series. I mean, let's put it this way. The last time these two played each other, it went the distance. It went to Champions Field. It went to game number 5. And it was incredibly entertaining. One of the best games of the GSL bracket. In fact, not only that, it went to Champions Field OT. And it was Astronic to take it through. But in this game, in this series, I've got to say, it really feels like Astronic have been the better team. And Bro Crocros need to step it up.
Yeah. There's just been too much time spent in their own half. That blue half has swarmed constantly, and I mean, we've seen it when everyone from Astronic is unrelenting. They get a couple of nice boost staves, they get a demo or 2, and they disrupt the play. Suddenly BCC, where they were holding on by their fingertips, drop out. But that fingertip grip maybe emboldened, bolstered a little bit as they get an elbow up over the top and find themselves now under the lights. Game number 6. And Astronic, though, is still only 1 game needed to take them to that semi-finals.
If this series has taught me anything so far, it's that Astronic will go 1-0 up and then we'll figure out what happens after that. So if I'm Bro Crocros, I just let them score inside the first 5 seconds, get that out the way, and then we can actually start playing some Rocket League. Because at this moment, you're just reducing the amount of time that it takes you to catch up and bring the game back into your favor. I jest, of course, as Ravi tries to bring this one through. Jeff now trying to read exactly where this is going. Difficult job. Devour waiting for the boost. It doesn't come in time. Oh, but what a save by Skillsteal under pressure.
Oh, Skillsteal, one of the old guard, was around before all the flip resets and the psycho shots. We would tussle man-to-man, fisticuffs out, and is used to being harassed on the baseline. Recovers beautifully there after a great recovery and flip attempt. But BCC finding more length, more distance, and far better looks at these goals than they had in most of the last one. That one clangs down and in, and we've broken the curse here, Rhino.
Script is flipped. Finally. It's taken 6 games to do it, but hey, if you're going to do it in style. What a strike from Ravi in off the crossbar. Beautifully placed. And now Astronic on the back foot, and this is what I've been waiting to see. How will that affect the way these two play? That one's in off the crossbar as well, but actually it doesn't bounce into the goal, just away from it. And Skillsteal has gone maybe 30 seconds without a demo, so he rectifies that situation very quickly.
But I mean, this is a different BCC. This is a BCC that's realized and taken to heart everything that was said during the timeout. They're going to put in another testing shot for Devour to have to come and grab. Who takes the boost, takes it the long way around, and is now a little annoyed that he's been having to do so much defensive work. Finally, Astronic find themselves in purchase of the ball on the other side and immediately dismembered from it.
Yeah, lovely strike there from Steak. A pretty clean, musty flick. Ball out of the corner. Looking for an opportunity, but Devour clears it away. He's got a reset there, doesn't use it, and the ball up. Skillsteal's going to get there first. He's still quicker than these young whippersnappers. Ravi down the right-hand side, out of the corner, looking for a teammate. Steak's shot is, well, just a little bit too far beyond. I think it was a pass to the middle, but a great cut there by Ravi. Skillsteal is still going to get up so unbelievably early. His reading of the game is exceptional, and as you say, he's been around a while. You would think that it certainly should be. That pinch is not going to favor Astronic. They'll have to go back and collect the ball on their own half.
Devour just waiting patiently for that boost and does manage to pick it up, so going to be able to rejoin this. Tries to chip it up and over. And Inspire going to have to do some more work, but this is lofted long and high. Ravi having to pick this up. Doesn't even get the boost to follow, so he's going to be out of the play. It's all up to Stake, who drains most of his tank. Does at least come up and over one. Connects with Jeff, and that's been a play that we've seen a couple of times. Puts Astronic under the pressure as we head to the final 120 seconds with BCC somehow still in the lead for a rare game.
Yeah, certainly just under 2 minutes still to play. Skillsteal has the ball on Bonnet, looking to get this one into the middle. No one there before Stake can clear the ball away. But Astronic just circling in the midfield, waiting for an opportunity to bring it back down the other side. And this is Inspire, the Dutchman, who has been the talisman for Astronic so far in this series, but also this Open now being in. So at South Africa, Devour turning the corner, just can't get the shot on target. Inspire, reset, doesn't get over the top. Ravi reads him like a book, and 1 minute 20 remains.
Such awareness from both these squads to be able to look after that backboard, never leave it vacant for someone to bring the ball around or get another double touch. There's been too many attempts. That's a big demo on the baseline, and Devour has all the open space on the cusp of the final minute. Astronic bring it back after that brutality that we've talked about from Astronic so often.
It's aggression at its finest form. Astronic making sure that they are calibrated in the way that they attack. The demo through. Jeff has no idea that's about to happen. He's just trying to turn the corner. Devour dunks on him, and Jeff is wondering why he's done that, because he's like, well, he's not got any help. I've got a player in defense. Why on earth would he try and challenge me there? But it's all part of Astronic's play. It's all the way that they want you to think. And BCC fall foul to it. But this pass to Jeff, the pre-jump is good. The shot is also good. There's a chance there. It doesn't go through. And BCC coming on strong at the end of this game. Off the crossbar. Ravi doesn't read it. The clearance away. Jeff has to cut this off at the pass. And he does make sure that he maintains possession. Even if he does get demoed, he at least delays so that his team can get back.
Astronic, though, they have got portents of doom lingering around them as they linger around this part of the blue net for a long time. They've been so explosive and connecting plays together. Get another demo to add into the conversation. But kept aside by BCC, looking for that other overtime. Overtime so far, historically at least, in recency bias, going to favor BCC. We're going to have one more long look down the length of the field. They've been able to link up those passing plays together. Skillsteal instead decides to have one more flick for the road and carried up, kept by Ravi one more time, going to put it down. And again, one goal, everything hanging in the balance.
These two teams, between Friday and today, have played 5 overtimes, Ultrism. And of those 5, this is the 5th. Astronic have won 3. Crocos have won 1. So the overtime does indeed favor Astronic. You are absolutely right. But there is precedent to believe the Crocos could still see this through. And a double commit on the back line for Astronic is going to give them a lot of hope. The ball played forwards, but it's not read very well. The pinch is not going to find its home. And now Astronic trying to capitalize on that positioning. A musty flick forwards. Jeff off the backboard, but well collected by Inspire.
Was the attempt to follow up bounce, but Inspire doing too much work in keeping this ball continuing down its path, and demos are bounding across the field. Stake has got a little bit of distance, but checked off the ball. He's going to settle himself for a 50 at the end of it. Keeps it in line for Jeff, looking halfway between a shot and a pass there. Cut off by Astronic, only to their own corner, so they've got distance still to get. They've got to have to do it with Devour the backboard. He misses it. Jeff picks it up. We're going to go to championship field. Oh my God.
We deserve it. We deserve it. It's what we needed. Devour, a slight mistake on the backboard, capitalized on by Crocos. And as soon as Devour doesn't get that ball, you just see the play happening in front of you. It's unfortunate for the young gun of Astronic, but realistically, it's fortunate for everybody watching around the world, because Ultrism, this game, needed to go to a Game 7. And thank goodness we are there.
16 shots to 10. That is insane, bro. Crocos overlapping even what Astronic is able to bring to the fore. And I mean, they worked so hard. They worked this entire series, chiseling perfection out of marble, it feels. And Yeah, we have a bit of a thinker. This is where it all gets settled, and this is just game number 1 on Championship Sunday. Oh, I cannot believe this, Rhino. We have a showdown, and game number 7 is the only place that this could have really fairly been decided.
I think what is really worth mentioning at this point, Altruism, is I think they should just make us the casters for every single RLCS game, because we always seem to get the absolute bangers. We always seem to go to Champions Field when it's me and you on the cast. But we are, of course, going there. Astronics take their timeout. The timeout buff in Astronics' favor. Can Bro Crows get the better of them for a 3rd time in a row, remember?
This is even hard as a coach to talk about this. You and I have watched hundreds of Rocket League games together, and what Bro Crows has changed since that timeout almost feels intangible. It's just, there's nothing I can particularly put my finger on and go, this is what we need to change up into this going. Rhino, for game number 7, what do you say?
You say, play your game.
Yeah.
You say, settle down, bring those heart rates down. That's what this timeout is doing. Bro Crows have been in the ascendancy. They have won the last 2 games, but it's important that we remember that when Astronic had control of this series, they played their game and it worked. You've got to go out into Champions Field and you've got to do exactly the same again. And hey, if you're playing your game and it doesn't work, then the other team were the better team on the day. But you've just got to make sure that you settle things down. So chat, get loud. Let us know who you're supporting going into game number 7. Bro Crows versus Astronic for a spot in top 4.
A split panel, a split Twitch chat, a split series straight down the middle. Most of the game separated by barely a goal, and overtimes abound as BCC looking better and better, linking up these plays, and Jeff finishing off shot after shot. Stake the ones that feed it to him. BCC on the ascendancy with Astronic vehemently annoyed that they are being forced after 2 games to the better. Now it all comes down to these 5 minutes.
Ravi, really intelligent down the left side, takes 2 players out of the play, and now gets the pass into the middle. But the ball doesn't drop in time for Stake to make it work. And now down the other end, Devour takes a shot. That is just going to drop. He's just going to spot the gap. And Astronic lead 1-0. We are back to normalcy.
And that's the tiny margins for error that we've been talking about. The speed of rotation from every player on this field has been huge. And Astronic, after making what was a last 10th of a second save, turns it around immediately, turns it into a shot from midfield from Devour. And just that game sense to spy out that open goal. Astronic up by 1. They've done it in every game barring one of the series. And they're going to be content that they're now up.
Oh my goodness.
And they're up by 2.
And that is just a mess in the backlines for Bro Crows. Let's call a spade. Jeff trying to get in front but gets caught out by the post. Doesn't go to challenge that ball immediately. He goes to challenge the shot, which actually comes low but under him. So just over a minute played, Astronic 2 up. But we've been in this position before. Game 1 comes to mind, where Astronic took quite a sharp lead early on in the game, and Bro Crows fought back. They'll know they can do it, but the timeout buff right now is proving to be very, very strong indeed.
Astronic absolutely settled in this, deciding to go back. Ravi looking for that extra touch. Actually does pick it up, gets another one! Are you kidding me, Ravi?
Magic from the young gun of Bro Crows. Reset. Shot into the bottom left corner. And that is as good as you will see. A transitional goal out of the top draw. Bro Crows will feel confident after that one. And now Astronic have to try and silence them once more, and Inspire trying to do just that. Gets the reset, but no, Jeff in good position to read what's happening. A bump on the backlines doesn't actually happen. Jeff goes low, gets a 50. Chance on the demo, but it doesn't go through. And Astronic clear their lines.
Rhino, what are we watching right now? I mean, chaos and consternation on the baseline for BCC for just a second, fleeting as it is. A moment to pause, but Rhino, we are being treated to a masterclass, a caliber of Rocket League that would have graced the main stage of the world competition just mere months ago, and this pops out towards the center. Astronic, they want to put this to bed. 3-1 now to the better in the first half, and all of this, Jeff just needed to get something, anything on that.
Crow's panicking. You can see State going over into that corner. It's not a high percentage play for him to go and challenge that ball. He's the third man. He needs to be sitting in goal in that moment, because otherwise what happens right there happens again, where Astronic are just going to get there in front. Stake makes a save. Goodness gracious me. How have Astronic not scored? They might still. Deval plays it over to the side, and Jeff gets an extra touch. Astronic looking like a team possessed. They want that top 4 spot, and they are going to fight tooth and nail to get it.
I mean, they have been the aggressors time and time again, taking that shot tally up and up, but being denied by a resolute BCC. Now, too many mistakes come out from the defenders, and they have worked too hard to get you. Now they have to work harder and harder. It's a great pass towards the center. Ravi onto nets. He's been the finisher for BCC over this weekend. Stake, though, once more manufactures a pass out of nothing, and we still have 2 minutes left to play.
Oh, if you were nervous before Game 7, I bet you're nervous now. It's absolutely going to go down to the wire between these two, like it was written in the stars to do. Ravi, he has to be faster. He's not, but he still gets a touch. Jeff, out of the back corner. He's got Stake for company. He looks to actually just drop it down to Ravi. Brought through. Double commit from Astronic. Could that be the end of their charge? It certainly is. Ravi's hat trick. And suddenly everything is level. This double commit right here is exactly what caused Astronic to concede that goal. Ravi won't score an easier one. 3-3.
How does this duo do it time after time? Stake, an awkward touch into the corner, kills his momentum immediately for that extra touch around the diving defender, and finds his ever-present teammate waiting once more. Astronic, they're going to be testing. Double commit off the back line for BCC. Ravi was already progressed down the field, but they carry at the distance, and they're straight away back into another attack. This one caught out before that extra sneaky little touch, but BCC not rebuffed as of yet.
Ooh. Miss in the corner. Opportunity here for BCC, but they can't take advantage just yet. Jeff rises highest, looking for a second challenge, can't do so. Inspire sends it down the line. Stake will collect. Good possession play from Crows. Inspire pops it high, just over a minute left to go. Backboard protected by Ravi, but it doesn't matter. Astronic are like a battering ram. They're just going to keep moving forwards. Skill steal off the left-hand side, looking for the demo that he's been so prolific at finding so far this series. Inspire now to collect, finding a pass into the middle. There's a chance here for skill steal, top left corner! Is that the goal to send Astronic into top 4?
The accuracy of these shots time and time again, and the speed, zero hesitation. Skill steal on a full boost run from before that ball even pops out the corner, and it meets it perfectly. Gets the angle, gets the placement, and the hopes from BCC evaporate. They crinkle and crack one more time, but they've got time. This pass down one more time. Ravi to Jeff. Stay coming in for the third attempt. BCC lingering around these goals. It pops up into a dangerous position. It's actually going to be a miss out there. Ravi pops it, turns it around, tries to beat Devour. Stake was a little bit too pushed up, so it's going to be in the hands of Jeff. He's beaten one. Devour put under pressure. The final 30 seconds, and still the goal here looking for BCC.
It's really awkward right now. The clearance from Deval, but it will be caught by Stake. He doesn't have anything to work with. He just knocks it forwards. Ravi also doesn't really have all that much boost, but the boost steal does come through in the end. Jeff off that left side. He's been so good for BCC today. Cleared away by skill steal. Ravi with an opportunity! Oh my goodness gracious me! 10 seconds to go! Crows find something from absolutely nothing. It could be OT.
The kings of the elongated play, the persistence from Crows across the whole series, across the final moments, they bring it back. They were never letting go of that one chance, and this drama still have something here. Final seconds counting down, and it still seems no, we are going to a Game 7 overtime. Crows versus Astronic.
The 6th overtime between these two teams in 2 days. Right now it stands 3-2 to Astronic. They want that to continue. Ravi blocks it off, but he realizes he doesn't have the pace to get there. Now the clearance away. Ravi just taking the boost. He doesn't want much more, but a double demo from Devour leaves Jeff on an island. He tries to cut the ball off. He does really well to just delay the Astronic attack. And now looking for the team pinch into the goal. Doesn't happen. But wow, what a start to OT.
Oh, this is the joy that has been so present since the first moment I saw Rocket League at its best. A little bit of a pop pinch comes out there. Cooksio would be proud, but it's cut off there. And you talk about those only 2 overtimes here, but both of them are the last 2 overtimes in this matchup, both of them favoring BCC. As Bro Coco, as they pop it up towards the center, Devour with work to do, pops it up one more time. Skill Steal gonna be on the way down, but loses control of it thusly. Stake actually having to turn in the midfield. A long pop. Skill Steal muscles his way back to try and hand it off back to a teammate. But a little bit of boomer ball tussles in the center there. Bit of a puggle struggle for this ball on that midline there, and neither team can come out the better.
Yeah, both teams wanting just to put the ball in the opposition's half and then keep it there, but it's difficult when those plays over the top are always finding pay dirt. Great challenge from Ravi, and he gets the 100 boost as well. That is huge right now. Astronic will back away. Out of the corner. Stake now looking for a teammate. He might have found one too. Ravi! Oh, it's off the post, but there's a follow through from Jeff. It's just not going to find the angle. Skill Steal down the line. Ravi cuts him off. Now he's got to try and beat Devour. His ex-teammate can't do so. Skill Steal is up. It would be him, wouldn't it, to end this game? No, not this time. Jeff sends it up to the wall. Chance for Ravi. Tries to take a shot, cleared away.
Every one of these passes down from the sidewalls towards the center here from Bro Crocos has been devastating, but it's been the individual mechanics of Astronic to start things off that has led to fireworks time and time again. It's what secured them such a good lead in the series in the first place, and it might be what wrenches them out of the longest battle of their life to try and clinch the series. 2 minutes down in overtime. Inspire looking for a pass towards the backboard. Skill Steal without the boost to follow this up, and gonna leave it to drop down instead. BCC, they're gonna be the ones to start a carry. Still maintain control of the ball, pumps it out of the center. Ravi looking for it to drop down, but Inspire cuts it off.
Yeah, and Jeff unlucky with the boost respawn there, just missing it. Now, Stake not able to get the challenge onto Devour. That leaves his teammates a little bit lackluster in defense. Ravi gets a pinch away. Could be huge, but another boost steal from Astronic. They're going to try and make this resource battle go their way. Inspire out of the corner. Cleared away by Jeff, but who's there waiting? It's Devour to turn on the ball. Looking now to get beyond one. He does. There is a player up. Inspire doesn't make a touch on it, though, and Stake will bring it away. He also misses the 100 boost, though. Skill Steal takes an opportunity. No, Ravi down the left side. It's not enough because Devour is right there, and that this particular moment, Astronic will feel that vice crushing BCC, but they get away with it. Stake down the right-hand side, can't get an extra touch. Jeff out of the corner. Is there Stake there to finish the job? No, Devour gets there first.
The ultimate judo match coming out. Each player thinking they've got each other in the perfect headlock, and then suddenly neither one wanting to tap out. The cover, the shots from every moment, and BCC, as they are wrenching themselves out, seem to be able to turn that pressure. Perfect counters out, and now starting to pepper the back line. Inspire turns this one aside, hops out towards the center. Ravi takes a shot, just maybe threatening instead the pass to pop out. Jeff gonna have to reclaim it, doing battle with Devour, and only just being able to turn it aside. A dance between the two of them. Still, it comes out in the favor of BCC. Jeff with the flip meets up to Inspire on the back line, but BCC with their shot of shots now to try and bring this game back into towards their tempo.
Just incredible how these two teams scored 8 goals between them in 5 minutes of Rocket League just a moment ago. And now they've not scored for 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Ball off the backboard. Cleared away by Devour, but actually not all the way out. Stake the third man. He is highest. But it's cleared away by Devour now. And he will try and chase it through. There's a chance here for Inspire. He has been that man so far for Astronic, but Jeff rises as well. But now there's no one back on defense. Oh my goodness, Inspire might have taken it away from his own teammate there. He still wants the opportunity. It's dunked down. It's cleared away by Stake. Stake now still trying to get beyond. Actually, Stake doesn't get the 100 boost. That could be detrimental. Oh, Skill Steal takes the shot, but it's cleared away. But another boost steal from Astronic. This really is danger signs for BCC.
Somehow the communication though holds resolute, as we haven't seen a double commit. What so often happens is people snatch for this game to bring it back as we cross that full threshold. what was previously our record for the weekend of 5 minutes shatters, and we're still yet to find a margin. And could it be in any other situation? The game number 7 as BCC now with their look. Jeff hesitating in front of the net, looking to shut down any sort of clear, but they wrench us away. Astronic, they've had their moment in the sunshine, looking for another one as Navarro looking for that intercept play, and this settles once more. The game's still completely ready for either one to take crown.
You were looking for a double commit. There was one. Not one that Astronic take advantage of, though. Stake trying to slow things down, but you're playing against Astronic. They won't let you. What a save, Jeff. There's still a chance for Inspire. Backboard hit. Shards off the crossbar, and it's in! Devour scores the all-important goal after Bro Crocro's crumble on defense. Wow, Stake almost made that save off the crossbar and out, but it's too powerful. And Astronic Esports have a date with 5 fears.
We may have a contender for a team with the most number of shots over a series, once more meeting that double digits, equaled out on the other side, in fact bettered by their opposition, as we had 2 full games crammed into 1 game 7. And Bro Crocro's heartache as they brought the series back from the brink, it seemed, to be able to take it time and time again. They fought from behind and never faltered, not until the last moments, where eventually death by 1,000 cuts comes out the better strategy. And Astronic, they get themselves a position in the semifinals.
And breathe.
And breathe.
Wow. A war of attrition. An absolute war of attrition in overtime. And in the end, undone. The real heartbreak right there in that moment is if Stake leaves that, I actually think Jeff is at the correct height to save the ball and push it into the corner. But he's not to know that. Of course he's not. He's the first man up. He's got to try and make the play. But hindsight is 20/20, isn't it, Ultraism? I mean, I'm not on the desk for this one, so you guys go. I need a break. See you in a moment. Goodness me.
Breaking down 1,000,000 plays. This is what the panel has to do, because my goodness, 1,000,000 plays, 1,000,000 moments that separated that series. Fitting.
I'm so sorry.
I don't think so,
apologies.
yes.
My microphone was muted for some reason, but it's all sorted out now. And I was just saying, like, you know, South African fashion, I had that La Duma moment because it was such an intense game, so close, so down to the wire. And that final OT, we couldn't have asked for more. It felt like a grand final, but it wasn't. And so we say goodbye to Bro Crocro. So let's break things down a little bit before we get to kind of the overarching repercussions of this. And I think one of the really big things that we noticed, Romeo, in the green room, was it felt like Astronic came into this with that aggression that we were talking about, controlling the pacing, and Bro Crocros were there, but they weren't really there until that timeout after game 4, and it felt like they decided we got to fight fire with fire.
Look, let me just start by saying that was one of the most incredible Rocket League games I've watched in a very long time. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. And it was a game of 2 styles. Bro Crocro scored when the attack of Astronic failed. And so there were some crazy goals, no doubt. But most of the opportunities came from when Bro Crocro survived what Astronic threw at them. And let me just say, what Astronic threw out today was incredible. The demos, the bumps, the close plays, they suffocated Bro Crocros. And I thought, given time and resources and the ability to see what had happened before would be enough. But it turns out Astronic are inevitable, and they played incredibly well today. Hats off.
Well, I'm going to give this to GB to take the opportunity to flame you, because something Bro Crocros have a read after their last game. Astronic certainly took whatever book they were reading from and tore it up.
Well, somebody said that Astronic's time had come and gone, but that's none of my business.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
You know what? It is amazing. The classic 8-game best of 7 out there. And I think outside of the Five Fears Pioneers series where Five Fears came back and we had that 9-minute 45-second overtime between them. This is absolutely, without a doubt, this season for me, the best series of Rocket League we've had. It was so good. And initially, it was a little bit of a series of 2 halves, because in the first half, Astronic were devastating. They were so good and got themselves into that 3-1 position. And the comeback from Bro Crocos, I was like, you know what, this is the team we've touted as the top 3. They should be coming back like this, regrouping, regathering, regaining, and coming out. And then, but I'm very pleased for Astronic, but then we will be talking about this in time to come. But they've taken down one giant in the Pioneers, but can they do it against Five Fears? We're going to have that conversation in time. But for the time being, debut top 4 for Inspire and Devour. So Devour, shout out to them.
I love it how they're having the hardest journey of their lives throughout this weekend. But you know what? From what I've seen, the fact that they can bring great shots, incredible plays, and good saves and great rotations time and time again ad nauseum throughout that series. They have not worked harder, and no one could have given them a better fight to prepare them for Five Fears. But if I was Astronic, I'd need to be putting my entire hands in bowls of ice just to get over this series before the difficult road ahead comes. I mean, come on. That was the easiest game of the day. Come on.
Well, unfortunately, we do have to cut this conversation short because we got to move on a little bit more, but we'll have a lot more opportunities to talk about Astronic later on today. So let's get a little bit of admin out of the way. First and foremost, on your screens, acgl.gg/vote. Vote for your driver of the day. For me, so far, Jeff. What a performance from him today. They didn't win, but he really, really did step up. If you disagree, you could wait until the end of the day or go ahead and get your votes in now. Entirely up to you. Then, of course, we have our votes for who's going to win our next matchup, which we're going to be jumping into in just a moment. So start thinking about that as we get through a little bit more of the admin. That's going to be Synthesis versus the Kansas City Pioneers. So let us know who you think's taking that one. And we didn't get a chance to touch on this. I am going to have to zoom through it, unfortunately, but please join the RLCS community that ACGL has set up, acgl.gg/RLCS. Whatever your skill level, whatever your level of commitment, whether you want to play for fun or competitively, there is a spot for you. So please do come sign up and join. All right. Match number 2, folks. I'm really looking forward to this one, and I'm going to say this terrible, terrible thing, and people are going to hate me, but Bromeo, I think that this is going to be a little bit of a deflation after the game that we just had. Is Synthesis going to be able to put up a fight against our KCP champs?
Well, if anything is shown to us, things can just happen. And that game 7 that we just witnessed, that came out of nowhere and stole my breath away. So who knows? Let's see. Synthesis Pioneers. This is a very juicy matchup because obviously Pioneers have a lot to prove. They'll want to set it rolling, but Daps, Declan, and Meshin, they will be out for blood. So you can say this is going to be a bit more cut and dry, but you never know. On Champ Sunday, things happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also worth remembering that Synthesis had 2 very close games against Five Fears yesterday, one of which went into overtime as well. So we can't kind of count them out of the conversation entirely, GB. Maybe there will still be some signs of life here, particularly against the KCP that have in recent times looked a lot more mortal.
We speak often about the inconsistency of Synthesis, and the question is, what part of the pendulum of consistency are there at? And if you look across all the major stats, it's pretty evenly distributed in terms of, Death Cloud are ahead on assist, they're ahead on overall rating very, very importantly, even though Synthesis is ahead on some of these stats. So I think DeathCloud absolutely have the edge. But we've spoken about our top 4 teams. Bro Crocro was one of those. They're out before getting to top 4. DeathCloud, formerly Amapiano, they've made the argument we are a top 4 team, the consistent top 4 team in the region. Synthesis have been there and thereabout. They're second top 6 here. And it's a question of which Synthesis shows up. Can the Killer Instinct one show up and challenge DeathCloud, who have Cam on the team? And if you look across all the stats, Cam is top 3 for SSA across everything for all time. So a tough job for them.
And Synthesis walked away with our driver of the day yesterday as well. The Synthesis crew came out in full force in support, and I don't think that today is going to be any different. So we look forward to that. But now I must put you on the spot once more, Alt. Unfortunately, you didn't have a lot of opportunities to speak, but I suppose you're welcome. You're welcoming the break after
His
that
voice
game.
is sore.
I'm good.
It's absolutely shattered. It's time for some tea and honey. But before that, one last thing you must tell me is your prediction for this next game.
Okay, I'm going to weave in a little bit of what I wanted to say here. I think Synthesis had the slightly easier run to this point out of a lot of the teams. I am emboldened by the fact that they took down Bro Crocro's 3-0, especially after seeing how well Bro Crocro's can play in that last one. But like Greybeard says, this is a Synthesis that we don't always track one game into the next. Pioneers is still one of my favorite teams in the region and going for that top 2 spot. So I take Pioneers 4-0.
Okay, let's go in reverse order. So GB.
I'm a huge fan of Synthesis, as most people should know. I want them to succeed. I want them to win. However, I do want the race for Major and for Worlds to remain interesting. And Pioneers, who've had a fairly inconsistent tournament themselves, I think Championship Sunday, they show up like the Pioneers we expect. They will win this, but Synthesis will take 2.
Oh, Romeo, got a bit of spice for this one?
Synthesis have the hype, but Pioneers have the track record. So Pioneers for me, 4-1.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I too am on the Pioneers bandwagon. But like I said, the Synthesis squad out in full force here to support the team that they love. And these are the things that we really do love to see. But that's it for us on the desk now, building up these storylines, preparing you for what should be an exceptional map. Remember, guys, we're still in that lower bracket. So whoever loses here goes home, and the winner will go forward to play against DeathCloud Esports. Synthesis taking on a potentially revitalized Kansas City Pioneers. It's all on the line.
Welcome, Pioneers, to your first lower bracket quarterfinals. We're not used to seeing you so soon on Championship Sunday, but it's great to have you. Pioneers don't seem to mind either. A 4-1 victory over Rounds yesterday gives the favor of momentum against Synthesis, and their 0-4 loss against 5 Fears. It'll take a lot of preparation for Synthesis to be ready for this one, but I'm wondering, Rhino, how ready are you after that last best of 7?
Not ready at all, but we're here, Pyro, and that's what matters. It's going to be an interesting game, this one, because yesterday we saw Synthesis actually push 5 Fears pretty close in the first 2 games, certainly. It was a 4-3 victory for 5 Fears in game 1, and then an OT victory for 5 Fears in game 2. So Pioneers now have kind of the benchmark that they've seen from Synthesis yesterday. Oh my goodness, Lewis P almost getting things underway very, very sharply. But, you know, this is a team that can cause problems for those big names in the region. We'll see if they can do it today.
I appreciate that. The credit due to Synthesis, it was a
Pioneers. Look, we know they're going to score goals, or at this point, it's like, who is going to outscore the right field? You know, defense is not applied. This is more of a freestyle kind of play than anything else. Just let the other team score, and we'll see who into the game. At this moment, from the left side, Declan can't get anything done, so the left on the backboard will try and send it away. Mesh it, and get another bump or demo on the back lines. Declan marshalling the midfield. Can he make a play? He can, but Louis P sends it away.
And Synthesis are like that streaky team as well, right? You know, they're either on fire, they're cold, the desk loves to talk about it. But I feel like that doesn't favor them against a team like Pioneers, where if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They will score as much as we're seeing already, averaging a goal per minute. And just about securing this possession as well to maybe put a third on the board. It's Sweaty from the top ropes, putting it down.
Oh.
Declan, though, tries to provide an alleyway out. Unfortunately, Lewis P for him interrupts. Die for. Unable to get in front of Daps, but Sweaty, another shot fired at the backboard. Synthesis defense being tested again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. Daps reset over the top. Oh my goodness, he just doesn't follow through his shot. There's still an opportunity, but oh dear. Misses in front of the goal line for Synthesis, and the conversion down the other end. The Spaniard for Pioneers gives them a cushion. We really should be talking about 2-2 right now, but it's 3-1 to Pioneers.
That's the way the tables can turn in Rocket League. Pioneers, you give them that chance, they're going to take. And Lewis P in particular, I mean, this is a player who seems to secure every opportunity. One of the most reliable strikers in the region. Give them that downtown elbow shot. They'll secure it. 3-1, maybe 4-1. Oh, Lewis P, I was just touting your shot-taking capabilities. Wasn't an easy one, but I'm sure they'd like to see 4.
Listen, considering we had a 7-game series in the last game and we didn't have one caster curse, we had to prove that it's alive somewhere.
Yes.
All right. Unfortunately, Pyro, you are the the offending caster, I guess, at this particular point. But with 2 minutes still to play, Pioneers 3-1 up and looking relatively comfortable at this point. I think if Synthesis do get that 2-2 goal, we're talking about a completely different look. But at the moment, Pioneers are even saving their own shots, and they don't look too worried about it.
Well, Lewis P wants redemption, you know. He says, I'm not going to let my teammates score. Hold on, this is all me. And it might just be, as Daps, I think, got the stop on somebody. Declan, clears that to a weak position for his team. Nearly secured afterwards. You can see Synthesis kind of working off of the thread right now. At any time, only one player has more than 50 boost, and that puts you in a tough position to find the exit route right now. Sweaty's gonna clear that one. To Die For gets the demo. They're just providing no chance for Synthesis to reset.
Lovely solo redirects there coming through from Pioneers that doesn't find the goal, but they're starting to warm into it. Those mechanics and techniques are starting to just get online for KCP, and that is only scary for their opponents. Ball across the right side. It will be Sweaty to try and follow through. Doesn't make contact at the second time of asking. And now Meshin will bring this away. Beats 2, but there's 3 players on a Rocket League team. And Luis P brings it away for KCP. To Die For can't turn quickly enough. Declan out of the corner, looking for another opportunity. Past middle. No one there from a teammate Persuasion to follow through, and KCP clear again.
I said there were 3 players, so obviously Synthesis have to convert that power play. They got the demolition, but weren't able to make a goal out of it. And unless this one's scored, that should do it. Hold on, Declan, power shot to the bar. So he's got to cover. Declan, last effort is denied. Pioneers are letting nothing through.
Okay, so game 1 to start with looked like we really could be in for something pretty special, Pyro, as Synthesis got that leveler. They certainly should have had a second leveler as well after going 2-1 down. And Declan, a game from that young man. But we are, of course, going to be talking about the Pioneers mostly after that game 1. And the simple pressure that they're able to apply to the teams that they play against, they just seem to be able to take so much space when they're really not given any, and teams don't really know how to respond to them.
It's created through many avenues. You got the bomb plays, you got the boost steals, but you've also got these dangerous long shots. We saw that one from Lewis P, another one from the corner out of Sweaty, and that just makes it really difficult because it tells you as a defender for Synthesis, there is no safe territory to put this ball. They're going to score it from anywhere. We have to have someone back, and it makes it tough to garner possession and get shots up. We're talking about only 4 registered shots there for Synthesis, right? You need more opportunities to feed, especially your star player right now, who is Declan, which I feel like isn't that big of a surprise, Rhino. We've seen Synthesis come alive, especially in the form of Declan this season. Has kind of mastered some really crafty mechanics. I hope we get more of that this series.
Yeah, I hope so too. And, you know, it is going to really make it difficult for KCP to read what's happening. To Die For Remember, he is chasing down that 1,000 goal tally in RLCS. Only 10 away from it. I don't believe he got a goal in that first game. So first opportunity goes to the wayside, but maybe he'll be given a few more opportunities on Forbidden Temple. Sweaty gonna leave it for his teammate now. This is to die for in a one-on-one situation. And he scores more often than not in those situations as well.
I wish I got a wider view on this replay. It looked like Meshin was sort of in standstill, which isn't tremendously helpful in a 1v1. You want the momentum to maybe get an early challenge, fake it, go shadow, or just dive into the ball. That slow approach really allowed to die for to do whatever he wanted, and converting that chance for Pioneers gives them another early lead.
It does. Okay. A little bit of miscommunication. Lewis P going under the ball. Thought he was favorite to get that. Maybe called off the play, but I don't know whether it was... Thought it wasn't going to be respected or whatever. Sweaty, reset, doesn't use it. Now Lewis P next up to bat, but the demo on the back lines is exactly what KCP want to try and utilize to give themselves a cushion. They don't at this moment. Meshin, the Hungarian, does send it away to die for, pops it high. Declan will get there first. Can he get to the second ball? No, in fact, it's on target, but Sweaty's there to meet it.
All touch there out of Sweaty. Asking all the boosts to be utilized there from Meshin on the challenge. Lewis P has to retire to the corner to grab boost. It backflips just to keep possession of the ball. Pass one, pass two. Lewis P diving across all of the defense and taking it to the hole.
Just great work from the Spaniard. He goes right the way from all the way.
Now Sweaty makes him very grateful that shot wasn't more, but to die for another chance for the reset turns into an attempt bump that Declan's able to evade.
Yeah, absolutely. And the clearance away now from Meshin downside will be intercepted by Sweaty, and he gets over the top of the back mark as well. Tie for right hand ball now looking for a pass into the middle, but then goes up to meet him. It's a bit all or nothing, though, isn't it, from Declan? He gets the clearance, but he can't float through. So, Lewis P off the post. Is there someone there to... There is now with Sweaty. Backboard, double, Sweaty! Beautiful work.
Oh, man. What do you do? Synthesis, what do you do? This is just perfection, one after the other. Sweaty bar down. The only disappointment for Pioneers is they're not getting to die for it closer to that 1,000 goal mark. Really making a way for it.
That is a snipe from Declan. Goodness gracious. The way that Meshin just passes this one up. Declan with the outright pace into the top left corner is just a little reminder that Synthesis are very, very much here, and they still have mechanics to keep up with the top in the region. They have only found it after going 3-0 down, though, which is a worry.
It is indeed. These are certainly going to be work to do here still. As okay to die for does get that opening there. It's right off the post. Really teasing that advancement towards that 1,000 goal milestone. Lewis P trying to find Sweaty across. And, I mean, like frogs, Synthesis are just leaping at every chance, hoping they can find an interception.
Yeah, absolutely. Daps passes middle. Declan clears this one away down the right-hand side, but it will be caught by To Die For, and he turns on the afterburners down the left wall. He eventually cleared away by Daps, and now Lewis P will collect this on that right-hand side, trying to come across into the middle, but Meshin gets up well. Now it's Sweaty who's next up. He is able to get the reset, but Meshin able to push it away. KCP, an elongated period of possession here, Pyro, but not able to get a shot on target just yet.
Not yet. Though, a minute, and Synthesis finally getting into orange territory. Maybe there's that opportunity yet to happen. Declan does get a good touch and finds the mid boost. This is promising. Declan pulls it high, gets past one. Sweaty on the backboard defense hits it away, and Meshin hoping they had more than just a pad's worth of boost there. Dime doesn't provide them the resources to score. KCP grateful for it as they're back in the offensive zone.
Yeah, it is, and Synthesis once again tries to come forwards. Eventually, Luis P will be able to catch. Pass it to teammate, and Synthesis just trying to get in the way, but they can't really do much. Declan does steal, gets the reset, puts it forwards, but again, just stopped at source, and with the clock ticking down, that will be all you have, and will be Pioneers to take home game number 2.
One game after the other, they're making it look smooth and simple. And for Synthesis, it's more of the same, right? 4 registered shots in the last game, 3 this time around. Declan still topping the charts in terms of score, right? But not enough opportunities to feed them. It seems one and the same here with Pioneers looking very unfrazzled.
Yeah. We talked a little bit in the green room before the stream, actually, about Pioneers and about the fact that the game we saw yesterday against Rounds didn't necessarily give us enough to go on, right? We weren't sure what things we were really getting this weekend. They weren't 100% at the level we were hoping that they were going to be. I feel like in this particular game, this is the Pioneers that I want to see. This is Pioneers playing pretty much at their best. I think they still have a level or two to go up, but I'm seeing a good enough level right now from the Pioneers where I'm like, yeah, this totally makes a lot of sense. They're dominating the field position. They're dominating the opposite team's half, and that's making it really difficult for Synthesis to do anything.
Yeah, if their goal is reinstilling that confidence to assure people that this is a top team in a region, then they're hitting all their checks. Their report card looks perfect. I'm signing off on that. But for Synthesis, I just feel like they need a renewed confidence themselves, right? They're late to these challenges. They don't have the proper boost to make a good play. Like, it does feel like they need to just go back to the fundamentals, back to the basics, and hey, a timeout is going to help in that regard.
Yeah. It really is. And we'll see exactly whether Synthesis can use that timeout buff to their advantage. In these games where it does feel a little bit more one-sided, Pyro, these timeouts can... The timeout buff doesn't necessarily work as effectively as it does in other more even games. But yeah, for now, we are going to get things going then into this game number 3 with Synthesis, who are off the back of a timeout, having had that discussion. Can they at least find the opener? That's what I want to see. Can they get an opening goal? Oh my goodness. Pioneers almost shut me up immediately.
I was going to say, it might not be me. It might be the booth that has the curse activated. But hold on. To die for again. Storming in. And Daps, what's the stopper on that? Good on Synthesis. They have to weather the early storm. They're finding some clear skies. Can they put down a meteor strike on them? Daps on the sidewall, not able to push it farther. There's the demo towards the back. Declan is on the backboard to protect any shot forthcoming.
Yeah, for sure. And that clearance away. Synthesis trying to get that go-ahead, but it's always just seems to be stopped at source by Pioneers. Luis P faking out Declan. Really nice control in the air. But in the end, there's no one really around to support that fake as Sweaty now gets it beyond one, not the second. Meshin to touch. Demo in the back lines. Sweaty trying to just go down the heart of the field. Go from his own goal to the opposition's goal. Maybe that'll work. Not this time. We've just played over a minute and 20 seconds, and still 0-0 for the moment.
You know, it's 2-0 for KCP, but it feels like it's 3-0, just in the sense that Synthesis, this is the game where things have to turn around. That best of 7 reverse sweep, it's already unlikely, but against the Pioneers, I feel like that is nearly impossible. Got a clean sheet so far, 2 minutes into it, but Sweaty on the solo play isn't something you'd love to see. The flip resets gathered. Daps has an easy time sending that away. Meshin goes into the defensive rotation for a long clear as Sweaty does a great job of controlling this ball. Gets some power behind that clear from the corner. To die for it there on the bump, and again, KCP unweathered on these defensive approaches. They've got someone in front of the ball each and every time.
Yeah, Sweaty now getting the reset, getting over one. He's got a teammate there. He gets the bump, and that's beautiful. Luis P, top left corner. Pioneers needed something special to break down Synthesis's defense. And my goodness, did they find it. Pass into the middle. Luis P is faster. And that's the opening goal for KCP.
I mean, that deliverance from Sweaty was perfection. Grabbing that super early reset opened up their opportunity completely.
Oh, wow.
And Daps, what a miracle save for Synthesis. Been doing it all game. But it just hasn't been enough to get something on the board quite yet in game number 3. Declan takes high, wants that double tap. And Luis P, what an effort to save.
Yeah, really nice work from Luis there. Because now it will be Sweaty. He just tries to get some distance on the ball, trying to clear it away from their half, and they can't do it. Right now, Synthesis camping in the KCP half, and that double commit is not going to help Pioneers in the slightest. Declan down the left side, has a player on the far side, and actually he's going to just find the player at the near post, but it's met by a KCP car. Luis P avoids the demo, takes a shot, gives his teammates some time to breathe.
Off the ceiling, Declan. Oh, produces a threat there, which opens up the field for Daps. Double tapping through. Synthesis have tied it up.
Yeah, to die for, just not getting enough purchase on that clearance. Doesn't really want to play it back into Declan and have Declan dunk down the ball. So has to improvise. And in the end, his teammates can't really help him out with that. So 1 minute 47 to play. And Synthesis are level. They will need another one, of course, though. And there's an opportunity, but Luis P on the goal line. So quick to get up and make the save.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning was right there for Luis P. Said, if you want to take a near side, I've got that covered. You want to take a top corner, which is where mission goes. Got that covered as well. Declan, again, just up in the score on that stat sheet. Some great touches, the centered ball, the passing play. KCP still providing stopping power and turning it into a counterattack. This one will be caught up by Sweaty, drills it straight at the net. We're seeing Daps to make a weak clear, but Meshin had the follow-up. Meshin going for the bump up to die for. Evades and saves. And again, the individual caliber of KCP coming through. To die for nearly turns it around into a goal.
Yeah, just trying to get a snapshot off into that bottom right-hand corner, and once again, just get closer to that 1,000 RLCS goals mark. Sweaty down the right. Just playing patiently and beautifully. Now looking for the top left corner. That's going to be Luis P.
That's kind of been... per game. You're in 7 mark this time. You're in that beautiful double tap that we got out of Daps. Some fantastic saves from Daps this game as well. I mean, they almost had all the puzzle pieces together to win this.
Yeah, the key there is almost, though, Pyro. And that's really what separates the top 2 in this region from the 3rd, 4th, 5th teams in the region. Is when we talk about Pioneers and Fears, it feels like they do everything right. Things over the line there. That's split and quicker. They get the demos necessary. They get the space necessary. All of that stuff comes together. Whereas when we're talking about the likes of Crow's, when we're talking about the likes of Astronic or Synthesis, we are often talking about Death Cloud as well. Sorry to leave them out of that conversation. You know, we are often talking about those almost moments, those moments where it felt like another day they could have got over the line, but they just didn't today. And I mean, Astronic, no more so. You know, they took down Pioneers on Friday. But yeah, Synthesis, we do just need to see that extra step up from them to see that they are a true contender to the top of the region, and we're not seeing that yet.
And they get across that line. It's a really tough sell right now for Synthesis. They did so well in the GSL stage. Right? I mean, basically the number 1 seed out of the top 32, the number 1 seed out of the top 16. And what's their reward? Oh, they play 5 Fears and then they play KCP. So they're on a 7-loss streak because of that. But with all that experience, with all that ability to take it against the top of the region, can they finally convert? They just may.
This is a wonderful snipe from Declan. Meshin doing some great work on that right-hand side to take it away from To Die For. But the finish, postage stamp, upper 90, whatever you want to call it, that is exquisite. And Synthesis will feel pretty good about the way that they're able to take the lead here.
It is a refreshing start for Synthesis, but what looms is Lewis P taking over and putting us right back to square.
Yeah, the third man jumping there. Not convinced by that, to be honest, Pyro. It's a strange situation, isn't it? Because you get that one goal up, you start feeling confident, so you start thinking, oh, maybe I can go for some of those pre-jumps, and maybe I can start predicting what Pioneers want to do. And as soon as you get into that mindset, Pioneers are going to score on you because they are unpredictable. They can just think ahead of you 5, 6, 7 moves ahead. And they did right there. They made sure to go below the on-rushing play, and Pioneers convert off what looks like a relatively easy goal, but it actually takes a lot of game sense to be able to figure out exactly what's happening in that moment. And we are back level, 3.5 minutes to play.
The piece of that game sense has just been Lewis P and the positioning on the field. How about being mindful of the positioning of his teammates here? Lewis P takes this ball, gets the reset up the ceiling, and uses it to deliver it to Sweaty.
Deathcloud, are you watching? Because you've got to try and find an answer to this in about an hour's time. Pioneers are just so extraordinary at their movement across the field. To Die For will send it away down the left-hand side. Meshin will get beaten on that challenge by who else? Luis P. And he's looking for a bump as well on the back line. Daps goes beyond, but he gets a bump. Sweaty now has to try and catch this for his side. Doesn't do so. Meshin on 0 boost though, so Sweaty will be able to recover. Actually, gets stolen by Declan, but To Die For in the go-ahead position, looking now to get beyond the defense. He tricks 2, and Pioneers are 3-1 up.
Could this be worth 2 points? I mean, he beat 2 defenders. That lovely little tap to the right to then get under it and flip to the left. What a solo effort from To Die For. 2-goal lead, and they're doing it in style.
For sure. And now Declan playing it up on the side wall. Meshin will be given space and time, but Luis P shuts down that space pretty quickly. Haven't even played half of this game yet, and it's already 3-1 to Pioneers. To Die For catches it in the corner, clears it away. Declan with a reset, looking to turn on this ball, but Pioneers continuing to just challenge Synthesis when they least expect it.
Right. Talked about them being that unexpected, and that behavior is difficult to practice against. It's difficult to come up against here in playoffs, but they've got 2 minutes to still formulate a counter and get away from this 1-2, 1-3, 1-4 scoreline that they can't seem to break past.
There it is, another goal for To Die For as he marches upwards. I think that's now him on 993. 7 goals away. Doesn't look like he's going to score them in this series, but you just know it's going to be relatively soon, and he will pick up the ball here down the right-hand side. Looking to put on a show once again. Reset just doesn't quite catch the way that he wanted to. Sweaty gets the demo on the back line. Sweaty gets a second demo on the back lines as well, but no follow through. Declan sending it away until To Die For tries to snipe. It will go over the bar.
It will. As Lewis takes it from one side of the court, you know he's got his eyes on the other, and Daps will not allow Lewis P to see it that easily, at least. But Lewis P still hunting the net, positioning ever so closely. With this 3-goal lead, it's just a menacing approach to have.
Yeah.
Not allowing Synthesis to really do anything.
And it's something I've credited 5 Fears for in the past, is that ruthless nature, where even if you are 5 goals ahead, you still want to score more goals. You still want to make a point, prove just how much better you are than the team on the opposite side. I didn't see that a lot from Pioneers in Split 1, what we saw during the Championship Sundays and the Saturdays. This is a ruthless Pioneers right now. They are continuing to take shots, get goals, Sweaty proving the point. 5-1 with 45 seconds to go. The horses are on a stampede.
He called out Death Cloud saying, watch out. This is a team that you got to figure out. I'm thinking about 5 fears at this point. That's getting way too ahead of myself. But, I mean, I only say that because for the Pioneers, you know, Tadaifor mentioned it in his interview. He said, you know, there have been teams that take early losses and then make it all the way to the World Cup final. And they could still become those champions. That's that champion mindset these players very much have and will not keep their eyes off of. Make it 6.
Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it on a championship Sunday, boys. Don't make me talk about South America right now, especially off the back of an own goal. Synthesis, please. We can't be having this in game number 4, no less. Pioneers, we know what they're going to want to do, though, and this really would send a message. An early challenge from Meshin might actually be limited in what it will accomplish. Ball into the corner. Pioneers want that 7th goal. You know that they do. To get a Brazil at this point on championship weekend, it would be incredible. They're going to try again. Ball will stay up. Synthesis just get this ball on the floor. And let's go next, please. Oh, no. Tadaifor wanted an extra one. And so we do go to South America.
Very well. 7 goals for the Pioneers in the final game, and now 6 away from that 1K milestone of to die for. But one step closer are the Pioneers to another grand finals this season. They move on to the semis with Synthesis knocked out.
Yeah, Synthesis out top 6, which is probably lower than they would have wanted, but at the same time, it's one of those things that maybe is they need to prove things to us. We've already talked about that during the cast. They need to prove that they are at the level of this team, and losing in a Brazil 7-1 against the Pioneers, that's not proving anything to us. And we will see them in the next Open, and no doubt they will get some more good results moving forwards. When they play against the top dogs in the region, they just seem to get found out, and they need to go away and improve on that.
Well, it reminds me that we're exactly where we thought we were, which is the region of SSA, where there is this top-tier echelon, and good luck trying to compete against them. And I guess look is cool as the Pioneers are looking, and you too, Rhino. You're looking pretty cool over there.
It's a thing. Whenever there's a Brazil, we're putting the sunglasses on. We're getting the sun rays. We're on holiday right now, but we are going back to the desk right now with everybody. How are we?
Can we just take a moment to appreciate that he's doing Rocket League in an African region, but it takes a Brazil for him to realize that the sun exists? I don't know. UK mentality. Things are weird out here. I will say I saw the sunglasses, and the first thing I thought was Top Gun. So I was way off.
That's fair.
What we weren't way off about, however, was our expectations coming into this match. I said it before the game, and it was a little bit of an antithesis from the previous game. You know, I try to make a play there. It's a bit of a weird one, but I think I nailed it. Unfortunately for Synthesis, that is them walking out here in the quarterfinals. But Bromeo, I would argue for Synthesis, a really good result nonetheless.
Look, top 4 is no hard feat, and it's not something that you walk through easily, and Synthesis can be proud of how far they've come. And to go against a very stung Pioneers team who have something to prove, where everything is on the line for them, they cannot afford to drop a game at any point for the rest of the season. So I think that what happened here needed to happen. The balance needs to stay on focus for Pioneers to keep their aspirations on track, and the antithesis of that would be Synthesis can be proud of how far they've come, and I can respect that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that brings up, one of the questions we asked yesterday was, does KCP look like a team that is still making a case for themselves to be, one of the best in the region, taking that top spot, going to Paris, yada, yada, yada. So Pyro, based off of this performance, how are we feeling about that conversation?
I'm still timid to say it, believe it or not. Like, part of me with this dominant showing wants to say, oh yeah, Pioneers, they're in form, they're ready to go. The other side of me wants to say, have they played a team that is worthy of pushing them to that mark of being the champion? Like, I know that Synthesis do have potential higher than this, in my opinion. I mean, we just saw a series, I think we're mesh team in the first 2 games. So, even Pioneers, they look clean cut in that match. I need
points for the second.
Could still stick around, but to make a statement of intent in the second split, home open.
But what heals, it's time of the day. That's going to be at acgl.gg/vote. So go on series. So a lot of potential tape to review before you make that decision. But if you have been convinced, you can go ahead and get your vote in now. Also, remember, guys, please come and join the Rocket League community that ACGL have set up. acgl.gg/RLCS, which stands for Rocket League Championship Series. If you forget the acronym, if you know the full name, maybe that'll help. And you can come get involved no matter your age, your skill level, your commitment level. There is a place for you, so please do come get involved with that. All right, with all that said and done, I think we can look forward now to our next game of the day. And of course, this is, there's potential here for another little bit of a banger, because Astronic have just come off of an exhausting series against the Brocrocros. But inarguably, there's that word again, this is a team that is on a slightly elevated level, Bromeo. So, knowing that Astronic have just played 7 maps and knowing who they're coming up against, what are we feeling for this next match?
Man, I came into this where I was like, you know what, Five Fears, they're doing what Five Fears do, and they are completely knocking everybody out the park consistently, and they've proven to be the top team in the region, and for quite a while now too. But having seen what I've seen from Astronic today, I honestly don't know what I expect out of this. I expect Astronic to push hard. I expect them to be abrasive and aggressive. But you see the amount of demos that Astronic are putting in, 5.4 on average per game, and that's only going to go up because they went up against their homeboys, Brocrocros, and gave them a knocking around. But look at Five Fears, 4.9 demos a game. That is also absolutely huge.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a demo fest. I do just want to pick up on a point that Sam said just a moment ago, and that is the top 6 game that Astronic played was exhausting. All right. I mean, it was exhausting for me in the booth. I don't know what it was like for the players, but you have to think about the fact that coming off the back of that 7-game series where they've had to put so much energy and so much work into that, I don't actually know whether that goes against them a little bit in this particular game, where they are coming in with momentum, of course they are, but they are also coming through having already played one of the series of the entire event. And can they replicate that performance? That's going to be a difficult job for them.
All right, well, we always talk about the law of transitive properties. Synthesis had a very close game against Five Fears. Now Five Fears coming up against Astronic. Pyro, what are we thinking? With how strong Astronic were looking, with the fact that Five Fears didn't stumble per se, but perhaps let a little bit more go through than they would have liked in that last game. Are we expecting a close affair, or is it going to be another disappointing showing?
I don't buy into the transit property too much when it comes to Rocket League, just because I think matchups are really important. I mean, we just talked so much about the play styles of these two teams. They're aggressive on the demos. They want to spend more time in their offensive side, even if they don't have the ball. Stealing boosts, getting those leading bumps. So it's going to make for a really, really interesting dynamic. It comes down to which team can do it better. And Five Fears have historically, on paper, been able to do it better. But the last time they matched up was an Open 2. That was before Inspire had good ping. Right. So I think you've got a more confident Astronic that has already taken down a top team. Skill Steel has a history of doing this to the best players in the region. So I'm expecting this to be a brawl.
All right. Well, Twitch chat, let us know who you think is going to take this win. The vote has been up for a couple of minutes now, but if you haven't done so yet, make sure to get that in #5F or #ASTR. Let us know. And while you're doing that, I'm going to get my panelists to let me know. You can elaborate a little bit, but keep it somewhat snappy. Romeo, who you got?
Look, the Astronic Revival, the Astronic Renaissance right now is doing so well. They are playing through their absolute skins, and to see all of them playing at that level is a joy to watch. I don't think they're going to take down 5 Fears today, and I don't think it's going to be close. I'm going to say it's a sweep, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's 4-1.
Okay, Rhino?
Yeah, I've given Astronic a game, but I can't give them any more than that, unfortunately. Give me 5 Fears 4-1.
Whew, Ira?
I will give them more. I'm going to give them 2 this time.
Whoa.
I think we're... Yeah, that's right. That's right. But I think we're all on the 5 Fears side. They already put it right down there. Listen, I've watched this team very closely the whole season. They haven't missed a beat. If not, they're only improving as each event goes. 4-2.
Well, yesterday you showed us you could throw a bone. Today you're absolutely making it rain. I too am leaning in the 5 Fears camp. And let's see what Twitch chat felt in this one. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to be quite as...
Wow.
There's no way!
Whoa, good setup.
We talk about the Sin fam. Apparently, the Astronic fam are just as rabid. Well, let's see if your belief in this team does indeed pay off. Once again, it's elimination on the line. Semi-finals waiting in the wings. The reigning champions fresh from Boston against a revitalized Astronic who looks so good this season.
5 Fears stand tall, comfortably settled after their Boston LAN experience, after a near-perfect run through the bracket. Undisputedly the best team in the country, but who better to face them than the champion killers? Astronic have already cleared the 2nd and 3rd seed, and now knock at their door. We are only at the semi-finals, but we have a match that may go the distance. And we have the pleasure to cast it live, Greybeard.
When you use a word like undisputed, there's always room for dispute. And Astronic would like to enter the chat. We have...
Oh, yeah, I made it on stream too, so I can just type it in now.
Arguments towards undisputed here in the region, and it's not even just Pioneers anymore bringing the fight to it, but Astronic actually in some nice possession there for a while. Now I have to worry about 5 Fears. Great connection! And an impressive save forced out of Inspire to keep this at a level game.
Almost in early trouble there. So far, so good for them. Inspire has been inspired with his move to Bloemfontein. He has been playing out of his skin, hanging out with Devour, and now going toe-to-toe with 5 Fears. First minute done. Nothing wild and crazy either side just yet. And Devour has played his part in that as well. And it is so good to see what Devour and Ravi are doing. Skill Steal tries to bully his way through, can't. And now for the first time we're seeing a real build-up of pressure from Astronic. Skill Steal with the touchdown cleared off the backboard.
Team that is constantly in their opponent's faces, giving absolutely no quarter. This is the story of Astronic, and 5 Fears is such a dangerous team to give any sort of space to. They've got the mechanical prowess second to very few. I mean, the names like Guns, Snowy, Tekos, they've always been there, being able to 1v3 most individual teams in the country. Now you have to worry about that sort of skill being presented by your opposition. Snowy tries for an opportunity through the air there, and the presence now being felt by Astronic of what 5 Fears like to constrict on that position.
And I'll say this, I said it yesterday when I think it was Rounds playing the Pioneers. The team, the underdog team, which in this case is Astronic, have to win at least one of the 2 opening games. Then they've got a chance And the fear here always, one of the 5 fears is that you go behind 2 games and then it just, what started out as a hard job just seems insurmountable.
You know, there's always the belief, up until the teams are level, that the resurgence can come in, the sweep can happen. But when you're already coming in as the underdog, that psychology just isn't in your favor. And so they're doing a great job so far, still deadlocked between these 2 teams, both with a couple of nice little shots. Most of the intercepts happening in the midfield right now. Skill Steal trying to collect. This doesn't land nicely on the wall, but gets a great 50. And Bauer trying to be there. That's a nice 50 over the top. Guns has got a bit of a breakaway. Manages to get one reset. Gets the bump. Skill Steal with the save. Snowy wants to try and set it up, but Tekos diving backwards still. This possession held by Fire Fears for now.
And, you know, Boost, we talk about it so often, an invaluable resource. And you saw Guns there in front of the net. If he had 12 Boost, he was probably far greater through. That's not enough. Stronach in front of the net.
Oh, saved away. Oh my goodness, that was tense. That was impossible to predict. And so with a nice 50, immediate pressure around on the side. If he has come back, but that's such a nice time for us.
Always, if there is any fragility in this team, always in game 1.
And these are the same players over and over that have been able to pull miracles and
good for them. Here comes Skill Steal. High in the air. How far can he take? Can he farm nuisance of himself? Trying to get a bump, trying to disrupt the play. Does okay with it. Heading toward the net. This is going to be a shot on it in. Guns will sneak it in. 26 seconds of overtime. And the Astronic opportunity is gone.
That is perfect. Being able to just shake off Skill Steal for a couple of attempts there, turn it into a confident attack, get a pass down towards the center. The close shot was the key there. You make your opponents choose between cutting off the pass and saving the goal. They have to make the save. You've got your second shot and Guns places it perfectly. It's only a single goal. 5 years would have wanted more. But it's the goal. They get game number 1, and Astronic had their moments. They were there. They could have changed this entire series already.
Well, it's well, there we go. The hard job got a little bit harder. It's like being good at Rocket League, and then you decide to play it on keyboard mouse. You know, it just gets even harder than it was before. But they're still in it. Best of 7, game 1 done. Have they got the mental? The problem, when we talk about the mental approach to RLCS, Championship Sunday, is all of these players on 5 fears. I mean, even now, Guns was the newbie in terms of making grand finals, winning grand finals, you know, half and a bit seasons in. He's no longer the newbie. He's got the experience. Snowy, vast amount of experience. So they know how to compose themselves and be on Championship Sunday. Skill Steal's got experience, but Inspire, Devour, new to them.
And I think with that experience comes expectation. They have now, I mean, I used stuff like undisputedly. That wasn't the case 6 months ago. That wasn't the case when we looked at the conversation of Pioneers versus 5 fears. Oh, great attack. 1, 2, 3 blows. Guns up for another one. Gonna take the shot. And Skill Steal just keeps that out. I mean, immediately into this. And this is just run-of-the-mill plays that we expect from 5 fears. Astronic doing well to turn those aside, though.
Yeah, but we've seen 5 fears what they love to do. They love to just suffocate you. You know, they're not in a hurry to score their goals. They're in a hurry to keep the pressure on, to keep the ball in the opponent's half and sort of let you asphyxiate yourself. Shot! Inspire, but the pass was magnificent. Astronic have a lead.
This is some overconfidence. 5 fears taking some wide angles and emphasizing too much pressure going forwards. Astronic turn it on a dime and 1-2 versus the keeper. 5 fears they didn't have it on their side and they kind of put themselves in that situation, looking for a quick kickoff around the other side. Tekos still boost and ball in hand, looking for a quick pass down. Maybe he got to go for himself. He hits out 2, still keeps the possession, but it's Astronic with a goal lead.
141 kph. It did take a pinch on its way in, but when a ball's approaching at that speed, another shot. But this time, Tekos exactly where he needed to be, keeps it out.
Bauer now actually going confidently against his opposition, not letting any reputations proceed and looking to continue on as those champion killers, harassing constantly. We've seen it out of skill steal from the rest, and Spire and Devour ready to take their turns. Great catch on the wall there. Devour has got this individual skill and now combined with skill steal. Carry on, go forward, Inspire goes out, has got Devour behind, and neither of them with a boost. 5 years come out the better. Snowy making tracks around there looking for the bump on the way out. Guns takes control, can he get a second touch?
Well, the theory is pretty simple now, right? Astronic have a lead. All they got to do is what they did in the first 5 minutes of last game and just hold 5 fears to no goals inside regulation. Easy peasy. Oh!
Take the opportunities when you can. When you got the opportunity to look for something like that cutoff there. It is Astronic. They have been a team that's hang around sometimes longer than they need to or are expected to, and taking advantage of it. Tekos innovating now, putting some pressure on Inspire, even Guns falling down towards it, turns it into a pass towards Snowy and picks it up. A demo on the midfield means that Snowy gonna have his whole team behind him. Tekos alongside, Guns just respawning, takes care of this on the backboard and keeps it out of any sort of pressure from 5 years, looking for any way to put pressure down towards Astronic, but Astronic hasn't been forced onto their side of the field in a while, it seems.
I'm really pleased with what we're seeing here from Astronic. They've not been overawed. They're tackling, you mentioned the reputations. They're not allowing the reputations to do any work. It's all on the field. What are you doing right here, right now, mechanically? And as you quite rightly pointed out, all the pressure from Astronic, at least it was, but here comes Guns. He'll be trying to turn that around. He only gets as far as Devour, who pumps it right back, and Skill Steal, who was the top demo taker of this regional up until the start of today, and that has gone on and continued. Another demo there, heading toward the net, down off the ceiling, cleared off the backboard. Astronic keep up with their work.
We're going to have to do a little bit more. Guns now into the attack. Tekos is already committed to this and gets a nice bump on the close post and Snowy to finish it off! 5 years bring it back, and we talk about the explosive nature that Astronic can bring to the fore, but the disruptions, the adaptability, Guns getting that final pass across. That's all that 5 years needed to bring it back.
Yeah, you're always in trouble when the entire population of your team is sort of crowded on one side of the post. No one taking care at the back, and this is going to be an immediate comeback and overtake from 5 Fears. 2-1, Astronic's lead, and Astronic's excellent work through 3.5 minutes of this game has just been undone.
That is terrifying. The way that this entire series, which Astronic was feeling confident for so long and deservedly so, has now completely flipped against them. Another kickoff strat now coming out. Tekos taking it confidently through the air. Snowy bumping on the back line, going to be able to catch this and trying to find Guns in the center. Awkward bounce, cut off by Inspire. Astronic not bowed just yet. They first have to regain this possession. 5 Fears has held this for so long in this matchup.
46
Great
seconds,
shot.
heading toward the net. Yeah, Inspire there though, but it is Astronic on the back foot right now. They did so well, pressing high, pressing for long periods of time, but not getting enough joy from it. You feel they needed a 2-goal buffer to protect themselves against the rampant 5 Fears, who are not too shy on their own demos. This is going to be an opportunity. Last 25 seconds, Astronic have to find some way, somehow. It's high and loose in front of the net. Shot on target, save!
Oh, the aggressive challenge from Devour into a beautiful shot and then nearly leaving your own net open. Astronic in full control, gotta say. But what a nice attack. Really testing 5 Fears and see if they can put one more together right now. Gotta keep it up. Devour, awkward touch, puts it down after that and beats the defender, but not gravity. 5 Fears within 10 seconds decided game number 2 and put a second on the board, Graybeard.
Well, if only the game could have been called at 3 minutes. Astronic would have leveled this series. But the ref not calling it, the ref allowing it to go the full 5 means that 5 Fears
So
have a 2-game lead. And Ultrazim, that is a little rough for them. Oh, that save from Skill Steal off his line. And the opening looked great, and they had those good periods of pressure, Alt.
Yes.
But, oh, my goodness gracious, 141k banger. They needed the 2-goal buffer.
I mean, Astronic had their shots. Let's be fair. This is putting it down there and the finish off. Astronic were following up just as well, if not better than 5 years in a lot of the cases. But the 5 years, a single defender gets through at the last. A shot just on the post instead of in the goals. It's little things like that. And that consistent pressure, you talked about it. 5 years is a renowned team. Just the personalities carry through that essence of, we're not going to play for the goal right now. Not every shot has to be a finisher. We're going to play for 10 shots time and pass it back and forth in front of your goals. Starve all the boost, all the different tricks in the boost combined into one play that eventually gets a goal. And they did that twice. And, you know, those kickoffs, you can't underestimate the 5 years kickoffs.
And it's the ultimate, and it doesn't matter how you start, right? It's all about how you finish. And we've seen that with 5 years. They dropped more games than they have in GSL. They went 5 games against Strive. They dropped a game to Marine Region, and you have those moments. And but yeah, can you get on your? I think they recover and reset better than anybody else.
Yeah, and I like this early timeouts, right? So many people wait until they're on their final life and then hope for the timeout buff. Just settle the series, get your mind at ease. I think that Astronic should be proud that they are keeping the games as close as they did, especially game number 1. But this is, what we would expect out of our top team in the country is that they've got so much in the bank. I just want to see Astronic has really proven a lot of worth. This is the ultimate benchmark, and I want to see them show something into this matchup.
Well, that's... oh, my goodness, that was such an important touch from Guns, because Skill Steal was lurking. He was on the end of that. Here comes Snowy going toe-to-toe with Inspire, who's back in the Venom with the wagon wheels, which he's had some success in. But every time I see it, I question the choice. Devour is not going to get the double. Guns reading that perfectly off his own backboard.
Lack of real worry coming out here from 5 years. Might be punished for it. Tekos playing nicely to take this in fact into the opponent's corner. Picks up the boost and has his teammates with him. Might not need it, but instead settles for Guns on the second touch. This bounces out awkwardly. Snowy cancels his flip and decides for a late shot. Gives some time for Guns to work some magic on the ground. I believe there's a couple of bumps in here. Takes care of Skill Steal. Nope, Skill Steal just holds his ground a little too long, and nice finish out there.
And the problem is Skill Steal and Inspire had like no boost. The only one with the full tank was Devour, but he was still making his way back from mid boost, so had no involvement or way to kick off for them. Immediately off the and can't do anything, and then back to their own net from intent to some defend. And I mean, we it was all 0 goals, but in game goal. But now,
most mechanically gifted individual players, Balance and Inspire, have shown their 1v3 acumen thus far this weekend. Love to see still 5 years coming forward confidently, throw 2 points to add it, and this might be the moment for a strike. The goal! Intercept shot! It's off the woodwork!
oh my goodness, what a build-up, a massive disappointment there to put that kind of work in there and build it up perfectly and not get the cherry at the end of it from the top of the tree. Now, like we've seen them have to do immediately on defense, it's suddenly Astronic awkward, but a miss from Tekos in the midfield suddenly makes things very awkward for them. They do avert the danger, but we've seen some sketchy play on either side of the pitch.
Now we need to see Astronic take advantage of that. No, they've given away the open. Let's take a quarter of a second. How close is that?
And you can't blame Astronic. They're wanting to push up high, but not much has to go wrong to find yourself counted. As they do there, maybe Inspire can get something done here. And we've not seen Astronic have they haven't overcome a deficit. I mean, we're only in game 3. There was no real deficit in game 1 with the overtime. But now they've properly got their work cut out for them. 2 games behind, 2 goals behind, and having to defend a charging 5 Fears. Big bumps here. It's a 1v1 for the briefest moment of time. The problem is it's a 1v1 against Snowy, and that's never easy. Good little period of play. Can Inspire get something in front of the net? He does, but no one there to back him up, and the ball is cleared through their own corner.
Oh, that's a great shot. Oh, testing Tekos to the utmost, but like you say, Greybeard, making a difficult job harder at every stage. Still, Astronic, they step up. They show that they're willing to put in that effort, put in that work. They have to do it from their baseline yet again with a charging 5 Fears. I love that word that you talk about because that's the intent. That's the reputation that 5 Fears wants to put against the most intimidating team that threatens this weekend. So far, 2 goals up, but Astronic lingering, still ready to throw all 3 players into any sort of offensive opportunities.
Yesterday in Championship Saturday in North America, there was a best of 7 reverse sweep. So we know it can be done. The problem is that it was NRG that did it. The current world champions who pulled off a
like I said, as the
best-of-7
underdogs, no one really believes. The psychology is not on your side. If this was 5 Fears that was down 2 games, sure, but that's a great pass. Snowy trying to finish it. Skill still gets up to it. Guns looking for magic. Finds 1, finds 2. Tekos was waiting there, but just too much of an angle. Somehow still 5 Fears waiting around. 20 seconds left. Most importantly, Astronic still need to get to the other side of the field, let alone survive this.
Counter-attack goal coming and then a kickoff miracle. Not to be, because that's going to be
So
goal
close.
number 3 for 5 Fears. Goal number 2 for Snowy, and they should now be on sweep point. And what's worse than having your back up against the wall? Whatever's worse than that, that's where Astronic are.
Oh man, if there was ever some time to bring out a cheese strat, a secret last power, a last ditch effort, this would be the moment for Astronic. You are in the semi-finals. Top 4 is fantastic, but you are so close right now. You've taken out so many big names. 5 Fears, undisputed title on the line, are showing no fear themselves, no mercy themselves as they head to close it out in 4.
There's been some fantastic storylines throughout the course of this Open, but as we get to our final 3 games of Championship Sunday, there's a sense of inevitability of marching forward toward a 5 Fears Pioneers Grand Final. It just sort of feels that way by the time we get there. It feels, as we are now, we've still got to see Deathcloud and how they show up against Pioneers, but it feels like the fight is currently all in 2nd, 3rd, 4th place.
I felt that Astronic could have been that team to shake that up, though. They could have been the ones that's just come out of nowhere and really revitalized. That has been the story. The unpredictability of SSA in 2026 has got me smiling ear to ear in every one of these matchups. And there's even still that little flickering flame that goes Astronic. Take us to game number 5. Take us to game number 6, 7 at the least kind of thing. But 5 Fears, it's still encouraging to see them doing well. They're supposed to be doing well.
Yeah, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time we've been debated by a team who seems to be on a bit of a run, as Astronic have been in this Open, but they eventually do run into this impenetrable wall. Although, if you remember all the way back in the first season, the times when Bravado overcame the mighty Orlando Pirates. So it can happen. It does happen, but maybe not today.
I think that's Mark's favorite quote, isn't it? Mark or Pyro, one of them is going to be annoyed with me. So is that there will come a day, but maybe not today. Is today the day? 5 Fears showing resolute, coming in aggressively, Guns with a nice test. Inspire has been there again and again, but so has 5 Fears. Wave after wave of shots going to be testing you, and they waste no time now. They are denied the first time. Tekos with the second shot. A little bit of harassment on Devour to add into the mix, added by Guns, and 5 Fears take the early.
Well, if there was ever a fairy tale story to be written, what a point to write it from, Ultrasm. Three love down, a goal behind in game 4, and we pulled it out of the fire. I mean, that's an entire documentary. But that documentary has to be written over the next 20 minutes. And it has to start with these 4 minutes. And right now, 5 Fears on the rampage. They don't look like they're giving up anything. All the pressure in the inside the first minute of game 4 has been 5 Fears. Astronic don't have the answers to what 5 Fears have been asking.
I do love your fantasy of the super long con, though. I'm with it. For all the future biographers, this is the greatest moment of our lives. We just didn't know it yet.
Yes.
Here's your soundbite for this. So, Astronic, we're waiting on you guys. Let's make some history. Oh, the demo into the extra touch. No, he just misses it. The further shot. Still coming down. Still dangerous. Guns is up. Takes it out. Skill steal. Challenged by Snowy and Spire to help out. And somehow still 5 Fears feel in control of the play.
Well, I might as well give my soundbite as well and say, yeah, given where we are in this series, there is no chance for Astronic to make a comeback. There we go.
No
they
way.
can put that in there, and then we see the march forward. Anyway, it is only one goal, so the opportunity is there. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's not read the obituary yet. Astronic are still here. Astronic are still fighting, and they do have some pressure. Maybe now Inspire's not going to get around enough to put any kind of venomous shot on to threaten the 5 Fears. Great little pass, except the teammate wasn't there. That's heading toward the net, but Tekos will save. He'll save the rebound shot, and Guns will clear.
Oh, as long as Astronic is within a goal, you feel like they've got a chance, and 5 Fears remove it. Astronic put everything. 2 saves forced by Tekos. And so what does he do? He puts one down the other side, shows them how it's done. Phoenix rising from the ashes of a resolute defense, and 5 Fears up by 2.
Yeah, Tekos definitely MVP here of game 4. Immaculate double save on one end, and then over to the other side to rub the old salt in the wound and score, putting Astronic 2 goals behind with not much time left. And Tekos will now engage in a bit of blatant thievery.
Fantastic vision from Snowy to see it, and Tekos putting that actually in jeopardy, but feeling that confident that he wants to add to his total, feeling his previous shot deserved more than 1 point on the board, and taking one away from Snowy. I'm sure that there's going to be something said knowing the personalities, but when the banter is there, when that's the sort of thing that they're worrying about, you know that 5 Fears off to a great start for the weekend, and Astronic still looking for something. Great pop-up from Inspire. Skill steal. Maybe needed to challenge that down a little quicker. Oh, this one could be good.
Yeah, and all these build-ups, they look good, but 5 Fears have got the read on this game. They're just always where they should be, where they need to be. Although there's been a mistake here. Mistake from Snowy to undo what I've just been saying. So there we go. The first goal of the monster comeback, maybe.
This is insane. The fact that you can see, again, Snowy in the absolute right position. You know, it happens to everyone. The backflips, the micro misses, the misjudges of momentum. They happen from everyone, and 5 Fears give it away. I think it's going to be an oops in chat there, but sometimes it doesn't take, double saves to get you on the board. Sometimes give it up by an easy one. And Astronic going to be 4 to 5. They're suddenly back in the running. And they're straight away back into a good attack.
Yeah, this is good for Astronic, but look at this. Oh, that's going to be in. Bang, bang. Snowy gets himself a shot from distance. What should have been his second goal if Tekos hadn't stolen the first. From long distance, skill steal with no boost to get himself back to defend that. And yeah, the glimmer of hope might have just been choked out.
That is a shot from someone who has played the game since he bought it for himself on Steam kind of thing. Oh, and they save it. Desperately coming out of the backline and gonna be putting some pressure. Devour trying to just buy some sort of time. Steals the boost, but So 5 Fears immediately into a strong counterattack. Snowy waiting patiently with all the time in the world, puts it dangerously towards Guns. And they're just playing with their food right now, looking for some clips. Snowy reinforced that once more. Guns going to be out for the challenge. Restronic putting together a couple of passing plays. Going to be there for the challenge, and one mistake gives it back to 5 Fears, in for another challenge.
Well. And 20 seconds to go. 5 Fears are going to do what Pioneers did before them in the other match, taking this 4-0. Semi-final one done, and 5 Fears will make their 4th grand final of the season. They will go into wait mode to see what happens in the other semi. But done and dusted, and like so many other teams and so many other matchups where we've seen teams going toe-to-toe with each other, but at some point around game 2, maybe game 3, one team just pulls ahead and puts more and more daylight between themselves and their opponents. Just as 5 Fears have done with Astronic. They're going to make it 6-1. And if you'll recall, game 7 between Pioneers and Synthesis ended 7-1. So with 2 seconds left to go, Pioneers may still equal that.
We know that Astronic's not equaling up the series, but now it's really about how far ahead 5 Fears is from everyone. Astronic showing that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone. Take it the distance if you need, but we are going to fight, and fight they have. 5 Fears offering not a word in the conversation to their opposition. A couple of goals scattered in here or there, but shot after shot, the main story. And now the big question, 5 Fears, the only ones to stand on one side of a chasm and the rest of them clamoring at the other edge. Gary Beard, what about the panel? I mean, I can't wait to hear what they have to say, because what a showing.
Yeah, and especially with the, I mean, if we think back to the first series of the day, Astronic broke Crocros, a nearly 6-minute overtime in game 7. We've gone from that absolute cinema to 2 consecutive clinics, Rocket League clinics, with the Pioneers and with 5 Fears. And it shows that despite the growth, the depth that we are seeing develop in SSA, there is still daylight at the top. And we saw it there from 5 Fears. And Guns who's all... We've all... most recognized Guns as the stellar player he was going to become, and here we are seeing him do what he's doing, and he's the out and out leader in terms of player rating for this regional. And what's terrifying, Ultrazim, is it doesn't feel like he's reached final form.
I love that. Guns has epitomized the concept of potential for me, and I was so excited to see Inspire and Devour especially being that kind of next level, the future Guns, and I wanted to see how close on the heels and whether they were ready to usurp, and there was just a masterclass. Guns kind of earned that reputation. So a great performance from everyone on the field. I think there were some brilliant moments, and Astronic tried as hard as they possibly could. Now, unfortunately, they have to watch as 5 Fears takes to their grand finale. But I'm going to hand it off to you guys on the panel. I'll see you guys in the next class for the semifinals number 2. This region is too great, Beard, and it makes me excited.
We talk
3
about,
down, 2 to go.
Indeed, and we talk about the KCP walking wounded, whereas 5 Fears currently showing little to no signs of weakness. A dominant performance here in this matchup to propel them that little bit forward. But let's have a conversation about Astronic. And I didn't want to go too heavily into this after their game against the Crocros. I wanted to see how they would perform here, because we started this weekend saying that Crocros had cemented themselves as the number 3 in the region. Astronic have not only bested Crocros twice, but have also had some decent showings kind of along the way. So is Astronic still making a case for themselves, or are we ready to say, okay, 3rd place, maybe an even kilter, maybe Astronic pulling ahead a little bit, Bromeo?
I was getting prepared to think about what I would say about Astronic come the end of this game, and I was like, maybe I'd go with the arc that Devour has come such a long way, and he has. He has improved so much. And then I got back to thinking that Devour was on the highboard team that took down Limitless at one time. And I was thinking, well, maybe he's always had that. We just haven't been watching as intently, or maybe the conditions haven't been right. But Astronic's run this weekend has been incredible. They have done so much already just to get to this point. They've had one of the most difficult lead-ups to the top 4 that I have seen in recent memory. They have had to defeat multiple top 4 teams on the way in. So, yes, 5 Fears put in a clinic like they should. They are our region's best team. But Astronic have done so damn well.
But one good regional does not a championship team make. We've spoken about Brokoko as the number 3 because of their consistency throughout the season. They've had a bad tournament, and there were arguably some personal circumstances might have had something to do with that. So, yes, they deserve massive credit to Astronic, but they need to come back in Open 5 and do it again.
Oh, heavy pressures on the shoulders, but we'll see in Open number 5, as unfortunately we will be saying goodbye to Astronic here. But 5 Fears have once again, to no one's great surprise, secured themselves a spot in that grand final, and they wait in the wings to find out who they are going to be playing up against. So before we dive into that next game, the usual housekeeping. First and foremost, head on over to acgl.gg/vote to let us know who your driver of the day is. Reminder, we still have 2 more games, so you don't have to make that decision now, but you can. So it's there, it's available for you. Then make sure that you come and join the Rocket League community that has been set up by ACGL. Rocket League, acgl.gg/RLCS, which stands for Rocket League Championship Series. And as I've said a few times today, regardless of your skill level, your commitment level, there is a place for you there. There are resources, there are friends to be made, tournaments to be competed in. It is a lovely place to be. And as I said yesterday, if you've become a fan of any of these players that you've seen over this weekend, maybe you'll even have the opportunity to play with them, chat to them, and get to know them a little bit more. And so, with that said and done, let's take a look at our bracket to see how things have shaped up, because it's been a little bit of a kind of up and down day. We had that incredible 7-mapper, back-to-back sweeps, and now we head into what could arguably be maybe not a 1-to-1 repeat of that first game, Pyro, but certainly a closer affair.
I mean, Death Cloud feel like that dark horse right now after taking out a very hot Astronic throughout this event and waiting in the wings to see who they'll meet in the semifinals, which is another team with some serious momentum of the Pioneers. So I'm really excited for Death Cloud. I mean, especially for Cam, who's always been a player similar to Skill Steal in that right of each and every season taking on the top echelon of SSA. I like to think of this match as something that Cam continually prepares for and has that killer instinct to give a fighting chance to their team.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go, particularly because, we spoke about it coming into yesterday. This is that original Amapiano roster. They made the one swap up, and since then it has looked very, very strong. But I'm going to keep coming back to this. It is kind of our running storyline, KCP, the Walking Wounded, but have looked so good so far this weekend. It certainly feels like they're shaking off some of that rust, some of that uncertainty that we had attributed to them in the first 3 opens. Maybe losing out on Boston was the kick that they needed to get their A back into G. I'm not too sure, but Greybeard, it certainly does feel like they might be back.
Yes, for me it's a yes, but the biggest concern for me in this tournament, Sweaty is such an integral part to their success. He has been such a hungry and determined player. Sweaty this weekend so far does not appear in the top 10 of any significant stat of all the players this weekend. And for me, if they're going to ignite a turnaround, it's going to have to be him figuring himself out and getting back to the Sweaty we know. So they've been they've been soft this weekend. Despite the performance we've seen from them earlier today, they need to come out swinging. We've just seen Five Fears dismantle an Astronic team, which are looking the best they ever have. And Pioneers, if they're going to overcome Death Cloud, that's who they got to face. So we need Sweaty. We need to die for's got to make his 1,000th goal at the very least.
Now we are certainly waiting for that one. Now, Twitch chat, go ahead and get your votes in. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this one. Hashtag DCE rather, or hashtag KCP. Let us know. And while you're doing that, Desk, sorry, it's going to have to be rapid fire again. Team and a scoreline. Bromeo, kick us off.
I am this time going for a KCP. They're going to take it in 4-2.
Ooh, okay. Greybeard?
Yeah, I think they definitely do. And I think the scoreline that Bromeo has outlined there, I think that's pretty fair given the quality of Death Cloud. And I do think they're inching slightly ahead of Bro Crocros in the conversation. But yes, Pioneers will take it 4-2.
Ooh, Pyro, any spice for us?
Gotta go 4-1 for Pioneers. I think it'd be just silly to think of anything other than a fourth grand final between our Pioneers and Five Fears. And I think Pioneers got the momentum to clear on through to it.
Well, you know what? Altruism has had 3 perfect predictions today, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy his homework, and I'm gonna call it a 4-2 in favor of the Pioneers. But let's see which Twitch chat had to say about it, and they are also firmly backing that horse. Excuse the pun. So let's see if Twitch chat are correct this time around, folks. It is our second to last game of the day before that grand final. It's the last semi-final. All of that prestige on the line. KCP with a point to prove, looking for that redemption arc, that revenge in the grand final, but it's Death Cloud who stand in their way. For Death Cloud, this could be monumental. Can they make it happen?
Though this semi-final looks like one we expected to see, it is certainly the other way round. Death Cloud are coming from a huge victory yesterday against a resurgent Astronic, while Pioneers have had to fight through lowers against Rounds and Synthesis, but they'll be hoping to have another game after this one. Both teams have solid momentum, but only one can go into the final to face the Five Fears final boss. Who will make it, Altruism?
Oh, Rhino, the path up the mountain is not always the easy one you picture at the beginning, and this has been the case for the Pioneers. Still, their eyes must be set on that grand finals, although now that peak is blocked by the thunder and lightning of the Death Cloud. Let's see how the Pioneers weather the storm.
Here we go, folks. Your second semi-final of the day looks to be a belter. Death Cloud versus Pioneers. Let's get it on.
Oh, Sweaty, Cam, to die for. These are names that have matched up so often before, but those are not the only names to take note of. Nitro and Kaka, both of them proving their worth for this Death Cloud squad recently. It's up to Sweaty to try and carry a nice early ball long and try to take possession of the field, but denied immediately. Good comms come out as Cam hucks and dives his way across the field there, but no one keeping possession for too long. In fact, some physicality early into this matchup as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and expect to see a lot more of that. There's a chance there that goes begging, but Cam's there at the back post. Double commit from KCP, but it's enough to get the ball away. Now a reset from Nitro. He was lights out yesterday against Astronic. He's going to need to be just as good today if Death Cloud are able to get any kind of result against the Pioneers. Good clearance at the moment from KCP, but they're camping in their own half right now, and they can't break the line.
Seems to be a little bit of discord out here from the KCP as they've put a couple of people out of position. Lewis B has been creeping up into a couple of these plays, and now they're having to do a little bit of defensive work again. Sweaty takes control of this nicely. Both of the teams, out of the two teams, Death Cloud arguably looking the greater aggressors.
They are right now, but KCP are weathering the storm really nicely. This first minute and a half has definitely gone the way of Death Cloud, the way they would have wanted it to. However, the one thing they haven't got is the goal until now. Hold on a minute, there's still an opportunity. Cam converts. And I think if at the end of this play, it would have gone the other way if Pioneers had got the first goal, I think it would have been really difficult for DeathCloud to bring themselves back up in this series, but now we've got a conversation to have.
Yeah, they were just waiting for everything to coalesce, and Pioneers, they had their break away from that for just a second. DeathCloud, though, they all turn around and they rush it down as a team, and they find a goal the other way. Sweaty is not going to stand for being down a goal for any extended amount of time. Takes it on himself, gets that to go. How many? 4, 5 touches on the way through.
It was mentioned by someone on the desk that Sweaty is the linchpin for Pioneers. How he performs is kind of how the team performs. And if he is getting that opening goal in the way that he has done, well, that's momentum, that's confidence. He's not going to be too concerned moving forwards in this series now, as he will be the one now to bring this ball down the side. Looking for the go-ahead from Lewis P. Can't get the extra touch. But once again, Pioneers showing how confident they are to go for these kinds of plays.
Yeah, and it should be troubling towards DeathCloud that they actually left. Oh no! Chipping it back towards your own goal. Deflected out towards the sun. Recovering after a moment and nearly converting it into a pass towards Sweaty. Nitro going to take it up and over the top. But KCP, they're showing a cheeky grin to their face. But underneath, you know, that heart must be beating.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But Luis P taking it past 2 in a 1v1.
Okay.
Gets the 50. Oh, my goodness. Bangs the post. Now Luis P gets up again after stealing the boost. Goes beyond another one, trying to win the 50, but it's pushed into the corner. Only for Sweaty to get there. To die for! 2-1 Pioneers.
Oh, the venom on this pass. You can hear it and goes up, bounces it down and around the last defender. And there was no way you're going to be able to sit back and try cover that shot from To Die For. So the early challenge, all that was on offer from DeathCloud. It's not enough. KCP going up now in this game number 1. And game number 1. It feels like they've been playing frenetically for so long. The fact that we got 3 goals here, DeathCloud is not too far behind, I would say, still.
No, they're not. And that is something that's really interesting to watch. I think earlier in the game that Pioneers played against Synthesis, it was very clear the disparity between the two teams. Not to discredit Synthesis, it's just you're playing against the second best team in the region. On this particular occasion, DeathCloud have been right there with KCP right the way through this first game. And I hope that it's not a sign of the times where they come close, but they just don't have enough. I do hope they push KCP further and further, and they might actually get an equalizer here. What a save, Luis P. Getting back in position, seeing the danger and cutting it out.
Oh, that is such a quick rotation, and if you're there half a second, if you don't execute it perfectly, that is a well-constructed goal from DCE. Bit of a flippery set. Nitro just hangs around for long enough to bounce it down towards the teammates, and linking together nicely is DeathCloud. It's a great 50 To Die For, though. Going to be up to it, and not just being the first one. Turns it into a pass, picks up a little bit of boost, and more pressure now for DeathCloud to try and have to deal with.
See if they can. Good turn from Sweaty. Shot on. Cam. Evasive maneuvers to get that one into the corner. Boosts spawning at a very nice time for Sweaty as Karka tries to bring it away. We've not really said his name too much in this game number 1. He needs to get more involved in the play moving forwards. Sweaty tries to get a bit too cute with it and hits the crossbar, but now Luis P gets a good challenge, won't get a second, looking for some help, but Karka sends it away, and maybe he heard me, not quite. He's not going to find the goal.
Quick break, though, for DeathCloud, and they've actually got another attempt at this. Luis forced back to his side. Gonna try and receive this one from To Die For. Crosses a lot of distance. Can't get enough. Actually, maybe calculating for that second touch. Buying time, though. All that's needed. DeathCloud on their last breath. The shot has to be built good from Cam and saved at the last. Oh, Pioneers, they are going to take game number 1, but there was the moment. It felt still that DeathCloud was in it till the end.
We love a close game, and that's certainly what we're getting. And Sweaty stepping up for Pioneers. Goodness gracious me, an MVP performance. As well he should, with looking at those stats. I mean, it started really well for DeathCloud, and we were talking about the first minute and a half going very much in their favor, and I very much feel like it did, but
yeah,
conceding immediately off the kickoff from this Sweaty, whatever that was, is really nice to watch. And Pioneers just gained confidence after that.
Yeah, that pass was one of confidence, and that's amazing because I looked at that. There was 6 shots from Cam. 6 just from Cam. That is a great start. That is amazing pressure. The ability to dictate the tempo for 2.5 minutes, and then it broke from that kickoff goal, from the ability to like recenter it. There was just this rotational symmetry towards the way that Pioneers was approaching that I just didn't feel from Death Cloud. They were still looking for those 50s and then chasing them down afterwards. And that shows me that they still want to play this game, but I want to see a little bit more proactive tempo setting here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that as we move into game number 2. Obviously, it's too early in the series to even start talking about a timeout because realistically, Death Cloud also played very well in game number 1. They played the game they wanted to play. It wasn't enough in that first game, so a couple of tweaks necessary. Can they make them on Forbidden Temple as Pioneers look to pile on the pressure?
I love that To Die For versus Cam in the air was the way we're going to start game number 2, and a great link up as Cam coming across there. They don't have the muscles to get it through. Now Kaka pushing up into a dangerous position. I think he took away Cam's boost, but he's going to have to do a lot. Doesn't manage to even get past To Die For. Much better second challenge, but they've had to invest too much towards this. Nitro has to settle. They're taking this towards their own booth base, and while Death Cloud doing a good job at holding possession, not managing to get a lot out of that first foray.
No, not for the moment, but here comes Kaka through the middle, looking for the pass. It's
Whoa.
beautiful! Oh my goodness, it's a powerful shot into the ground, but Sweaty makes the save. They're looking to go again. This time it's Cam, but he goes wide. To Die For will just catch the ball and bring it away with ease. That is just the way we love to watch To Die For make a transition. Keep possession, make it be not boom ball, and Sweaty will do the rest. Off the crossbar and in. Pioneers 1 up.
You know what? 3 confident approaches from Death Cloud, and Pioneers bat them both, bat all 3 of them aside, turn around and go straight down the center once and finish it off with the first pass, the first shots. That's a difference in mentality and certainly a reason for KCP to put aside any dispersions about their name coming into this matchup, I think.
Certainly, and they will need all the confidence they can get going into that grand final if that is where they are destined to go. Against 5 Fears, Luis P just letting that one roll. Kaka pushes it forwards, but first there is Sweaty, and another great catch. And actually, there's just so much happening on the backline. Not the own goal, Death Cloud! They managed to keep the ball out of the net at the last moment, but more nervy moments from Death Cloud.
When 2 of those touches are from your own players, that makes the situation very slightly worse, but does technically buy you time. Oh, that was as close as it possibly could have been. And KCP going to take that, get emboldened by it, and come diving through there. Quick counter-attack opportunity for Death Cloud. They're going to settle for a demo. Cam up for the pass towards Nitro. Going to follow it himself and slam it down at home. Death Cloud equal us up.
Well, this is a rare mistake from Pioneers. To Die For. Where is that shot going? Where is that touch going? It's a great finish, don't get me wrong, and it's fantastic to follow that through from the left-hand corner. The Pioneers will look at that goal and realize that they have made that themselves. That pinch is ridiculous to get through into Death Cloud's half. It will not result in a goal just yet. And actually, Luis P goes by. Pioneers starting to lose their grip a little bit on their plays that they would normally be so confident with.
Do we feel like this is them losing it a little bit or just feeling a bit too relaxed? I mean, this is a team that we would expect to be a bit more chaotic, and sometimes they thrive in it. To Die For coming in and harassing after Luis Spear. You put Nitro and Cam onto that close post, forced them both into the first save and opened the line. Pioneers, they look clinical sometimes, but they're a team that I know for stepping out a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Luis P gonna go off that right-hand side, and with half of this game played, Pioneers do find themselves in the aggressive stance, and To Die For goes another goal closer to that 1,000 mark, now a 996. 4 away. Will we get it in this series? It's looking more and more likely.
Man, certainly if not this series, then the next. He's still got 3 games. I mean, 2 after this, and 4 goals is not far off when you are able to link up some great plays like that. Karka puts us out loose and towards the center. Sweaty going to be able to intercept that and put Death Cloud on the back foot. Great work by Nitro to beat 2. Got a 1v1. In fact, he's got teammates with him. Cam decides to put it out towards the side. Can't chase it. Does at least take to dive off the ball, but ACB regather quickly. Looking towards the pass. The diver was there and waiting for 997.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Louis P just faking that one, making sure he gets the favorable high percentage challenge. Ball still sent back the other way. And now Sweaty going for boost instead, letting Louis P take this one through. Out of the corner, he's going to get an extra touch here. Looks for the pass back to dive for, no! Almost with 997, not going to happen on this occasion. Louis P doesn't get the block that he would have wanted, but no resources on the side of Death Cloud is going to make this attack very difficult. It's going to make it a bit easier with 2 players being completely taken out. But you need to kill all 3 of them if you're going to break the lines, and KCP still stands.
It at least allows you for these boost steals. Suddenly the tank's looking a lot healthier from Death Cloud, and while they force back towards their own side, Kanka charging in nice and confidently, looking to take possession away. Sweaty gets too much out of that challenge for Death Cloud to feel comfortable, and suddenly it dissolves. 2 players up now from Death Cloud. The miscommunication. Louis looking to hands back towards himself, takes it away from Nitro despite his best attempts. And looking for some pace up the left-hand side. Doesn't manage to pick up the boost along the way, but found the pass towards the center. Sweaty with the first cut.
No.
That should have been a save. That. Am I being too harsh, Ryan? Arguably, this should have been a save.
This is textbook. This is one of those saves that you simply can't miss. Cam coming off that side wall does make it a little bit more difficult for himself, but if Nitro's going to go for that ball anyway, I don't understand why he's not going for the bounce. It's almost as if he was never going to get to that ball in the first place. You're either jumping to get the ball, or you're jumping to go and play that second position. Didn't look like he was doing either in that moment. Being hypercritical, obviously. Of course, Death Cloud have had to deal with a lot of shots on their net at this particular point. They will have to deal with a few more by the time the series is out. But that one is really one that they're going to look back on and go, well, we should never have conceded.
I think your previous point was so valid, though, that the idea of they've pulled off so many great saves. We can sit and be worried about that individual moment, or we can worry about the fact that they're having to make so many saves. It's a great pass, and still somehow cut off fight to die for. That's what we want to see more from Death Cloud instead of being holed up on their side. But it's going to have to be game number 2 shaken off, potentially a timeout in the off lane, because Pioneers in as firm control as they could want, having come up against the people who are coming down from the upper brackets.
Yeah. Absolutely, and if game 1 was close, game 2 was not especially close. You can see that on the stat lines there. Death Cloud getting the demos, though. That's an interesting one to keep track of. 7 demos to 4. They are out-aggressiving, if that's a word, the Pioneers, but they are not seeing the results. They are able to bring things back into their favor. This was absolutely ridiculous. How that one did go, I have no idea. But you know, Death Cloud are playing the game that they kind of want to play at this point, and Pioneers saw it in game 1, they registered it, and they adapted their play in game 2 to get around it. And that is what the best teams can do. They adapt to the style that's in front of them. I still cringe seeing that last one. But either way, we have had a correction. To Die For is on 997 goals right now, 3 away from 1,000.
3 away from a career. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, this is his career number of goals throughout RLCS. He's been here since the beginning, and over a couple of years that starts to add up, but the first player to ever reach that milestone if he does manage to secure it. And I still feel like 3 more goals in the next 2 games, at least 2 games, is a very, very enviable task, or at least achievable one. Especially with the way that Pioneers is stepping up. I mean, let's be honest. This is a team that we were starting to wonder, you know, what forced them down to that lower bracket. Is this the series that they're just, or the weekend that they just haven't shown up? And this is a great showing from them. Some really nice combo plays, some finding each other, and good confidence coming out to make those plays in the first place, and really giving their opponents no space.
No, certainly not. And look, it's great to see from the Pioneers, right? Because we talked a little bit earlier about the Pioneers maybe having a rough open 4, about the fact that they've been struggling against 5 Fears in the latter stages of Split 1, certainly. And we want to see a 2-team region. We were so excited going into Split split 1 of this year about SSA having a 2-team region for arguably the first time in its history. And for it to have been, it was not completely one-sided. Pioneers won Open 1, of course, but after that point, 5 Fears never really felt like they were losing it, although the grand final in Open 3, I seem to remember going to all 7 games. So to have the Pioneers firing on all cylinders, playing the way that they are, and making it look not easy, but comfortable against these teams that are around that 3rd, 4th, 5th mark, this sets up a wonderful matchup once again going into an Open grand final.
Right, this is the derby that we're waiting for still. KCP versus 5 Fears. And we do like it when there are more than one team in the offing. You know, steel sharpens steel, and the best always are pushed to be better if there's someone right on their heels. And that's why I was so excited for DeathCloud coming into this in Astronic before this versus 5 Fears, was these were teams that were really looking to make it more than just a 2-team race. It's been interesting to see how these old stalwart teams, these people who stood out so well in the first split, have come and kind of shown their dominance against these new upstarts.
Yeah, but those new upstarts, give them time. They will be the people fighting for dominance in a year, 2 years. You mark my words. There are some serious young talents coming through in SSA, and you do feel a little bit of a momentum shift in that direction of the old guard just starting to lose a couple of paces, starting to lose a few more games than maybe you would expect of them, and the new guard starting to find some incredible plays and incredible talent that we're not expecting, the big teams aren't expecting to see. Karka, unfortunately, is going to miss that one, which gives to die for a freebie for his 998 RLCS goal. And Pioneers take the lead.
He's saving the special ones for goal number 1,000. You watch. This is going to be a clippable moment. And we'll try and bring you that as soon as possible, at least if you're a Pioneers fan. On the other side, DeathCloud again, unforced errors lead to a difficult job becoming more difficult, as Greybeard would say. That's a beautiful shot. But it's still just off. You've got to take those moments, and DeathCloud there with the veritable gift.
Yeah, for sure. Karka flicks it forwards. Ooh, looking for that go-ahead pass. It's not going to happen for them just yet. Cam still turns on the play really nicely. Cleared away by Sweaty, and a little bit more urgency in the DeathCloud play right now as they try to bring this game back within their control. Only 1 goal down with 2 minutes to go. There is time to make a difference. Pass to the back post. Not going to be met by Cam. Turned on nicely by Nitro, but Luis P too smart, too intelligent, and won't be moved past. Now Karka off the ceiling, trying to follow through. Teammate comes through to help out. That's Cam. With a clearance from Sweaty. Luis P is up. Luis P drops it down. It's just not going to go under the crossbar.
I mean, that was a great attempt at a shot, but it still worked as a perfect pass, just cut off there by the DeathCloud defense, and actually looking to link something together themselves here. But once more, it's KCP. They challenged nice and early. They started linking these players together, and a large amount of that. I mean, we've so often said Sweaty has been the playmaker of this team, to die for, someone that they can really rely on. Luis P has stepped up today with what seems to be his game sense, his ability to read when the passes, when the shots are coming through there, predict them, and then leave it up to die for to work some magic. Somehow DeathCloud on full retreat mode skids to a halt as a team and holds firm. KCP denied, but still hanging about, worryingly so.
I think it's fair to say that for a long time, when you asked who is the most mechanical player in SSA, there's one name that came to everybody's mind, and it was to die for. And he's proving continuously that he is very, very reliant on that mantra. He definitely gets rewarded for that, and he's trying again there, just unable to see it through. But so many times you just look at the way that To Die For is gliding across the field with the ball seemingly glued to his car. And you're like, how on earth has he got so much control in that moment? And here he goes again, bringing it high. Waterfall down as he got the assist. He looks actually for the shot himself. He's not going to find it on that occasion.
You know what? He's pulled off something very similar to that very recently. KCP, though, realizing 1 goal up in the dying seconds. We're going to slow this down. We can afford to play this patiently. And they don't come away with a better goal, but they come away with something better. Another win behind them. This is suddenly looking like bold adventurers walking through a casual storm.
Yeah, it feels that way. It does feel that way. The death cloud hasn't seemed to start raining or lightning anytime soon. But maybe in this game number 4, they will find something. Look, no one on the panel today gave Pioneers a sweep in this game, all right? Because we saw what Death Cloud were able to do yesterday. We were all impressed. We thought they would at least go and give one, maybe get one extra game that Pioneers would maybe falter on or whatever it happens to be. But what I've been really impressed in the way that Pioneers have played in this particular series is they've never looked like they're about to falter when they're under pressure. Death Cloud, as much pressure as they're applying, KCP are just standing up to it, going, well, give us more pressure. We're okay with it. It's not a problem. We'll just score in the end. It's fine. It's a really cool way of seeing Rocket League play.
I'm enjoying watching KCP. It's like one of those old physical comedy skits where the waiter trips 3 times and you think that they're going to drop the tray, but KCP, they get themselves their footing back. They miss something what should be easy or double commit to a play and laugh it off, get their rotations back and turn some immediately and devastating pressure down the other side. So Death Cloud would be nice to see them take advantage and make those individual shots count. That moment where Nitro had the shot, and it could have changed a lot of the story. Would like to take an early start here, I think.
Yeah, it could have done. It's going to be cleared away, and Cam just about intercepting. There's an extra touch from a Death Cloud car, and now Cam drops it down looking for Nitro, but he's beaten out by Sweaty. That one looks like it might just drop. No. Saved by Karka on the line. Now Sweaty once again trying to get around the side, trying to bait out the challenge. He gets there in the end. Louis P gets the bump. Where's to die for? He's too far back. He's not going to get the opportunity. He now looks for the pass in field. Louis P at the back post. The Spaniard rises highest. Pioneers one up.
Sometimes when we don't have full view of the field, we wonder, is it dive for? Really? You're not going to dive into that? But his mind works towards the future. He sees it 10 seconds ahead, goes in a little bit late, takes control, and gives his teammates some time to come around for another shot. Turns it into a superb pass, and Lewis P ready and waiting. KCP on another level yet again. Take a nice confident goal. And Death Cloud now looking to come forward. Might get punished on the way back. Kaka, like you said, has been quiet throughout the series. Would love to see him starting to create something and might have a chance here tonight for doing the homework on the backboard.
Yeah. It's important that he keeps doing that. But KCP, now that they're one up, they are going to feel even more confident than we've seen them before. This is grand final point, but it's funny. We don't seem to be giving it that gravitas because KCP have just been the better team in this series. I don't think anyone would disagree with that at any given moment. They are playing with a confidence, with a
There's 3 games up. There's a good metric to back you on this argument. Don't worry.
Yeah, absolutely. So Louis P down that right-hand side isn't going to get too much done, but KCP don't feel the need to score. They're totally fine.
Yeah. It comes down to that unhurried nature, and sometimes unhurried looks like giving your opponent too much space, but yeah, they're ready to make the challenge immediately. Wait and see what Nitro does with this. Goes for one more boost, but sends out Karko, manages to get a nice pop together. The two of them trying to muscle this through, and KCP meet up with a static defense, and unstoppable force meets the immovable object and gets deflected. One always forgets about that option, but KCP continuing on with their strong defense. Lewis P even confident enough to go for the interference play instead, and going to be looking to build from the back once more is Death Cloud.
Yeah, they've been asked to do that a few times. Louis P going to cut them off at the pass. How he gets a touch on that ball is ridiculous, but in the end, Death Cloud do send it away. Nice stop by Louis P, just trying to take some time off the clock with one of his teammates getting demoed. Now in the back corner, this should be an opportunity for KCP to build again, but the early challenge from Death Cloud, those are going to be the keys to making sure the Pioneers struggle, and that should be a goal. Nitro converts after an absolute disaster on defense for Pioneers. Louis P been so good so far today, gets a good save, but it hits the post. Tadai4 can't rise highest, and it's 1-1.
Oh, there was a moment where time froze, it felt like, and there was some sort of miscommunication about who needed the challenge, and ACP, their lackadaisical attitude, catches up with them. They're caught sleeping, and Deathcloud, they strike like lightning, bring themselves back into this game, and the make or break spirit flickers back to life.
And now Luis P has the boost amount on his opposition, but Cam will send it away. Sweaty now up to the ceiling. Just needs an extra touch. Does get it too. Kaka into the middle. That's not a great set, but will be a teammate to get it first. And a demo comes through onto Cam as well. Luis P collects in the back corner. He wants to go coast to coast. Doesn't quite get the 50 he was looking for, but to die for, lurking, waiting, going over, resetting, but Cam knows the danger and he gets in front.
Really dismantled the Deathcloud esports, and a couple more attempts would have had some better opportunities. It was really nice disruption play, but Deathcloud able to rally too quickly, turn the pressure on themselves. Kaka off the backboard. Cam is out for the shot, and in and out save denied. Cam gonna pick up a second one here for Deathcloud as whole of Deathcloud come together. Nitro looking for that interference, forcing Sweaty to take an alternative route, but it was too slow.
And at this particular point in the game, in the series, Deathcloud looked that little step faster than KCP, which doesn't happen very often against the Pioneers. Luis P sees that the player is backed off, so takes more of a possession touch. Now down this right-hand side goes Sweaty. There's no one back. Deathcloud, you've given this away. Why is there no one on defense? And it's an Avila 2-2.
No. Nitro, I just don't believed he was the third man. I don't know where the communication came wrong, but you cannot afford to jump like that. Sweaty is a good enough player that you have a risk at the first place, and he's still got two more players behind him. Deathcloud has worked so hard. I wanted the series to go a little bit further, and these new players, these new names to challenge our top, but they're still in it. We're not done just yet, Rado. It's a level game. But it's so close to Deathcloud having a more confident final minutes.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate at the end there that the third man just, maybe isn't aware, as you rightly say, that he is third man at that moment. Communication fails. Kaka collecting, but really in any danger of doing too much. And Sweaty with that big steal is also going to get the boost steal at the angle. Luis P! Pioneers pressed to their limit, but with 17 seconds to go, they find the lead, and once again, Deathcloud, no resources on defense.
The couple of calculations that went through there. Luis B's shot from that angle is a 1 degree difference kind of thing, and the correct timing. Sweaty turning, picking up the boost, and going for the intercept play just in case another defender was coming in. That was KCP really adapting towards the situation. Managing to hold their nerve in the final seconds here in front of the goals. Cam is up, the shot was there. Pre-jump by to die for. Taken care of and secured by Luis P. Last ditch effort. Deathcloud are going to go down in a sweep. And Pioneers versus 5 Fears. The derby we've been waiting for. The only match left here in the grand finals.
The only two teams in RLCS SSA Split 1 who got first or second. They meet once again for the 4th time in a row in a grand final. Pioneers pushed a fair distance by Deathcloud, certainly at the end there, but in the end, it simply wasn't enough. And they just continue to impress in the moments that they need to step up, in the pressurized moments where they're really under so much pressure from their opponents. They find a way. They find the light in the dark, and that's exactly what they're able to do in that final game. So KCP and 5 Fears both go through with a sweet altruism, but you get the impression that the grand final may not be so easy for either of them.
No. I love the one comment in Twitch chat there, the word that sums it up so nicely. Inevitable. It kind of seems like KCP versus 5 Fears was the inevitable showdown that we needed, that we were really looking for. Is 5 Fears really the undisputed best team in the country? I certainly don't think whoever's going to win this grand finals is going to take it in a sweep. So undisputed is a more fragile term that I'm not going to be pushing that way. But man, KCP, they did look fragile at moments. It is something I think that maybe a better team like 5 Fears will take advantage of a little bit more regularly. But still, 4-0 is as confident as you could want to be, as you needed to be going in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, KCP have just played a series, so in order for them to be nice and ready for the grand final, we are going to give them a rest and give ourselves a rest as well. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we have got the grand final of RLCS SSA Open 4. It's 5 Fears versus KCP on the other side.
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's open tonight. Let me get funky. Let me get funky. We gon' make you move.
Our second semi-final of the day is done and dusted. My biggest takeaway is I'm never copying Altruism's homework ever again. But that's, it's all in the past. All is forgiven. And we look forward to our next game. Now, one of our storylines over the course of this weekend has been, yes, KCP, walking wounded, yada yada. But this weekend, looking good. Looking into be a much better form than what we had seen from them previously. But, the caster said it at the end of that last game. This is a tale as old as time. It is the same grand final that we have had 3 opens in a row. But KCP are looking for a different result, Romeo. Do you think they can make it happen?
Oh, that's a big question to ask straight off the bat. But, let's go to the main course. I think Pioneers has their work cut out for them. They know that. They've been preparing for it. 5 Fears have set the benchmark. They have been the team that went to the Boston Major. So everybody in the region is chasing them, not just Pioneers. So I think Pioneers have shown glimmers of what they're capable of today, and I think that's already a step towards the right direction. But it's Championship Sunday. It's the grand final. I suppose we're only going to find all of that fun stuff out shortly.
Yes, and I do realize that in my excitement, I did jump the gun a little bit. I do have to get through a little bit of housekeeping, so please do bear with me. First and foremost, get your votes in for driver of the day. If you've decided who your driver is going to be, that's going to be acgl.gg/vote. And again, you can wait until like game 3 of the grand final before you make a final decision, or go and blow your vote now. What do I know? I'm just the host. I just work here. Do whatever you like. But you can do that. It is open and available to you. And then a reminder to please come and join the RLCS community over on ACGL. Now, I have been kind of blitzing through that, but we've got a little bit more time here, so I really want to get into it a little bit more. So that's at acgl.gg/RLCS. This is an amazing resource. If you want to play casually, if you want a safe community, let's say you're a parent and your kid is really interested in this game and you want a safe community, a safe place where they can grow, where they can meet like-minded people, where they can practice, and where they can kind of explore, maybe not a career, but something fun that they can do, and maybe something that sets them up in the future. This is the place to do it. We have professionals that play, we have casuals, we have working professionals, students, everything you can think of. There are coaches that are there. So if you want to up your game, maybe you want to get better in ranked, maybe you want to see yourself on this very broadcast, there are people there to help you. And many of the professional players that play in this league are also a part of that community. So please do swing by, check it out. There's a QR code. You can scan it on your TV, on your streaming device, wherever, and you can come and join us there and meet some people and have some fun. All right. Let's dive into it. We've already kind of broached the big overarching question, the elephant in the room. But for Five Fears, maybe this is a little bit of a point of pride. And again, I'm going to throw this to you again, Rhino, because I really want you to maybe go a little bit more into it. But there's a heavy importance for Pioneers to win out in this kind of split for their World Championship prospects.
Yeah, there is. Open 4 is not the be-all and end-all. And it's important to remember that, especially now that both of these teams have made it to this final. This will not determine who goes to Paris, who goes to Worlds. However, Pioneers must win 2 out of the 3 opens in this split. We've got Open 4, Open 5, Open 6. They have to win 2 out of those 3 in order to have a chance to go through into Paris. And I don't mean have a chance, because they will be in Paris and at Worlds if they are able to pull that over the line. Standing on the other side of them is Five Fears, who have already won 2 out of 3 opens so far this season, and they are looking so good. Got the other problem about Pioneers now having Luis P playing from home rather than playing in region. That is only going to take away from the quality that Pioneers are able to put on the field. But by the same token, they've had more time to gel. They've had more time to get that communication up. And a win here in Open 4 would be a big step towards Paris.
You know, I like what you say about Lewis P playing from home, but what was very encouraging to me was he was still kind of my standout player, my potential driver of the day from that previous match. Lewis P was able to read the ball so nicely, was able to set up a lot for his teammates. But other than that, Pioneers and Five Fears were standing toe-to-toe. You look at the stats now, and look how much it starts to lean towards the Five Fears side. Better on goals, way better on shots. You know, when you're sitting at 11.5 shots per game, that is dominating towards anyone. And I mean, yeah, even in that last match, I don't feel that the 2 sweeps were evenly settled against each other in terms of how comfortable it was.
Now, I mean, stats are one thing, and we've gotten to see a lot of the performances between these 2 teams over the course of the last couple of days, but we've got a lot of newer people watching, a much wider audience here today. So I want to maybe focus in a little bit more on the 2 play styles of these 2 teams. A reminder, this is the 4th time that they're coming up against each other, so there's a lot of history here. So Bromeo, when we match KCP versus Five Fears, what are we expecting to see on the server? Stats aside, what are we looking for?
Well, stats are a nice way to start the story, and you saw that Five Fears take more shots. They are a more aggressive outfit. They are more abrasive, and because they take more shots, they generally score more goals. But that's not the entire story. Pioneers have historically been more efficient with their shooting. They don't score too many less goals, but they take far less shots. That just means they take better chances with the opportunities that they have. So that's not to say either is better. They are both very contrasting styles. Five Fears is more of a suffocating outfit, whereas Pioneers generally try to beat you technically. So it is a very good matchup, and I think that is fit for the top 2 teams in our region.
Well, we've already had a taster of what a grand final should look like earlier today. So Twitch chat, why don't you go ahead and let us know who you think is going to be walking away with the victory here. 4th time that these 2 teams are meeting in a grand final. 5F, KCP, who have you got? And for my panelists, you can, fairly quick answers on this one. Who have you got? Rhino, let's kick off with you.
Oh, goodness. Now, for the entirety of Split 1, I was a KCP believer. That has since changed. I am going to go for Five Fears here today, and I'm going to do it in a 6-game series, 4-2.
Okay, Ultraism?
I've been a 5 Fears fan since the beginning. I thought that they had a really nice roster, and I think that they're just going to be boosted up by what they learned in Boston. I'm quite confident, but still 4-2 is as far as confident as I'll go. I still think KCP is great.
No,
of
Romeo's
this-
shaking his head. Oh dear.
All of this 5 Fears glaze, it's not unwarranted, but it's going to be a titanic matchup. Remember, in Open 3, it went all the way to Game 7. I think it will still go to Game 7. I still think 5 Fears is going to take it, but it's not going to be the walkover that we expect.
Ah, man, you were shaking your head, and I thought you were going to go with a KCP prediction. You debated all of us. Twitch chat, what do you think? Who's walking away with this victory? As I will let everyone know, I actually agree with Romeo. I think it's going to be a 4-3, and I think it's going to be in favor of the reigning champs, 5 Fears. But Twitch chat is still a little bit more lean towards the historic number ones, and given their performance over the last 2 days, over the last, not just the last 2 days, the last split or open leading up to today, the groups, the playoff bracket, everything, they have looked so much better. A titanic matchup, as Bromeo said. Who will be the ship and who will be the iceberg? It is a tale as old as time. 5 Fears take on KCP once again. Who comes out on top this time?
There have been 4 grand finals. This is the 4th of the season. It started off with the preseason favorites, the Pioneers, taking open number 1. 5 Fears came storming back to win the next 2 and secure themselves a spot in Boston. Statistically, 5 Fears are the best team, but when it comes to the showdown of these 2 matches, it's all about who has the clutch on the day, Pyro.
I was surprised to hear the vibe director saying, enough of the stats, it's down to the vibes. Who is clutch? Who pops off on the day of? That is certainly the case. A bunch of sweeps, strong series for these teams today, but we're expecting none of that for this finals.
And Guns trying to make an early solo play there, gets obliterated. And in terms of aggression, 5 Fears scoring an extra demo per game over Pioneers. And if you look at the head-to-head on all the significant stats, Pyro, it is 5 Fears that lead them. And I think Pioneers will be aware of that and the scope of the work they have in front of them.
Well, I'll one-up you and say the Pioneers have one stat in their favor. Across their 3 meetings in the Grand Finals, Pioneers have a 30% shooting percentage, only 16 from 5 Fears. Part of that, though, is due to 5 Fears' overwhelming possession. They get a lot of shots. Tekos wants to add to that right now, but with that flip reset, it didn't warrant a goal. Not yet.
Both of these teams clearing their opponents to get here in sweeps, so making quick work. But you feel that the work here in the grand finals will be anything but quick. Whoever takes it in the end is going to sweat for it, is going to work for it. We've had 90 seconds, no goals, an opportunity. Sweaty does not have the boost to do anything following that ball, so the work remains neutral.
Ooh, that's such a tough read for Snowy. Guns, I think, wanted to trail that off for the shot, but stayed kind of in front of the ball, which is good. It keeps the possession alive. It gives them a 50-50 to work with. But as you can see, most of the players for 5 Fears forced to retire back low on boost or demoed and needing to start again. Mentioned the need to sweat here. That is Sweaty, the one to do it. You called him out as the player that needs to pop off for KCP. Still waiting for that initial pop-off. This could be it, though. The pass between Tekos and Snowy nearly does it.
And you know, there's a very solid reason why I don't compete, other than the fact that I'm not very good. Oh, okay, there's going to be an opportunity here. Guns! Oh, he doesn't read the waterfall. Can't get on the end of it. And that reason is that mentally I tend to fall apart competitively. And I wonder how much of this game is going to be. What a save! I was about to call goal number 1 in the grand final, but a clutch save keeps it out.
that To Die For wasn't going to have it. I mean, I don't know, how do you make that save when Guns is chasing you for the bumping play? But I guess Tech Gods is going to prove that nobody can get that final bump, as To Die For wanted that air dribble knockout blow to kick things off. Guns is going to get his revenge.
And there it is, goal number 1. I'm not sure if Tech Gods, no, he didn't get a touch off there. But Guns certainly got the touch. Got it magnificently. 1-0 to 5 Fears.
You mentioned the strong mental that these players need to win a grand finals. I think back to the longest recorded overtime in RLCS SSA history, almost 10 minutes between these two teams not far ago. So they know they need to be to showcase resolve against each other, as that long OT could surface once again, and the mistakes have to be reduced. Sweaty, no mistakes on that goal.
Pioneers. Lewis pops it up high. Sweaty, great read. Finds the tiny little gap that existed between the posts and the players. And this game is all level. Not for the first time. We're going to see a lot of this back and forth. Teko's trying to get a dunk there. Snowy shoots on net. To Die For gets the clear, but a bit of a bump between he and Sweaty is going to make things awkward. A shot toward net. Cleared, but Pioneers under pressure. And now Sweaty has control of the ball, gets it toward the net, but not in any threatening way enough that's going to make 5 Fierce sweat. And yeah, there we go. Okay, we're back sort of settling into a rhythm, or not. Oh!
I don't think there's any safe position for this ball to be on the court right now. So we're going to go all gas, no brakes with this game. Near redirect there from Tech Gods. It does hit the top corner, but I think this illustrates exactly what we expected from here, especially with the rally of shots that 5 Fears is seeing. Pioneers have to get the defense in order, but how do you do it when Guns gets flicks like this?
Guns is the out-and-out player of this tournament, statistically and in every other way. And that 109 kph flick from just behind the corner of Pioneers, and it's absolutely devastating. And 5 Fears take the lead once more. Good kickoff, though, for Pioneers. Lewis, though, I think he was in two minds. Not sure which way to go. Here comes Sweaty, but he is dunked out of his attempt on net.
But I thought he produced a pretty good challenge for To Die For to pick up, but seemed a little late to the party on an otherwise favorable kickoff. Guns nearly snipes another goal. Testing the defense so well in this grand finals. Has he tested them enough? Pioneers with one last chance. 10 seconds remaining. And who better to strip it all away? It's Guns again.
Guns already the leading goal scorer of the open number 4. Adds a little hat trick to that here in game number 1. 5 seconds left, and we're pretty much locked down here. 5 Fears will take game 1 in their 4th grand final meeting.
And I am not surprised. We'll see if a second goal falls through. All right, To Die For gets closer to his 1K milestone. But I'm not surprised for Guns to be topping the charts here on the goal scoring. I watch 5 Fears very closely between their team streams all season, between every game that we've seen them, and they seem to have two kind of bread and butter approaches. It's either Tekka's feeding Snowy, who's been so precise with his shots, or Guns finding an open chance on the ball and putting it through. Hat trick for him in game 1.
And there we see it, the better of the two teams getting the better of game 1. And Pioneers have, you feel they've got they need to get a win against 5 Fears under their belt just to kind of restore their confidence and certainty. If we go all the way back to that first open, they were so good. There was a sense of inevitability about the Pioneers team, and I'd love to see them get back to that level of play. And for me, the big, that flick is just so delicious. The big moment for me in the last split was 5 Fears winning that 9-minute 45-second overtime. Things seem to turn around there. And it was one of those moments that had Pioneers won, they would have gone on to go to Boston, and they would be the team we're talking on now. At least that's my vibe of it. But Pyro, let's not forget that To Die For is now on 999 goals. One more, his next goal will make him the first player in SSA to have 1,000 RLCS goals.
And what a humble player he is. I'm sure that's not even in the back of his mind. He just wants that victory, but what a celebration it would be for him to top the charts there. I think Snowy second place at the low 900s. And To Die For has been a titan of this scene, so we'll look forward to that. But in the meantime, I think Guns wants to be the top goal scorer of this series.
Yeah, before To Die For can get that 1,000, he's going to have to up his saves tally, which he does do there to keep him out, pass in front. But no one from Pioneers there, and Tekos has an easy clear. This heading dangerously toward net. What a monster clear, goes just over the halfway line. And we're picking up game 2 pretty much where a lot of game 1 was, which is a lot of neutral play, which is to say each having a crack at it, but no one breaking through inside the first minute.
Yeah, but even with that neutral play, there has to be coverage at every end. Pioneers will be very grateful that clear did not find it between the uprights. And instead, Lewis P hunting an opportunity on the counterattack. That bump allows To Die For to gather space, but that musty flick just had a little more required. Make for a proper advancement of the Pioneers. Yeah, not exactly what he was looking for.
No, and now they got more defending to do. They do it well, at least for now. Sweaty's going to get the best of that 50. Who gets on this? To Die For, dispossessed by Tekos. The pace of this picking up. Players closing each other down very, very quickly. Neither wants anyone having time on the ball, time to make anything happen. Lewis to Sweaty, picked out by Guns. Tekos on the end of it. It's slow, but it's awkward. Guns trying to turn around, and he gets it in. Probably his slowest goal of the tournament, but he won't care.
You wanted resolve. You wanted a calm mentality in this high-stakes environment, and Guns provides. Had that been a snappy, quick judgment play, a hard shot, it would have been blocked. He took it slow instead. And Guns, 4 of the team's 4 goals in this finals.
The third time that 5 Fears have led in this series. Pioneers yet to find themselves with a goal lead. And look at this from Guns. The angle was there, but so was Lewis P to keep it out. Immediately under pressure after the kickoff. Here comes Tekos looking for some kind of double. There's been a whiff, a miss. It's floating awkwardly in front of net, and Guns, of course, not satisfied with 1 hat-trick, chasing a second.
He's got the golden touch. And a lot of that was due to Tekos. Could have went for the double tap. Instead, escaped the ball. Dove in for the bump. That's what opened up the chance for Guns to get that dunk and follow it straight down to the goal. And now the kickoff antics are on. 5 Fears known well for this, to promote the surprising plays on the kickoff. I don't think that face-off was favorable for them, though. They're under fire here on the crossbar shot from Lewis P.
Yeah, well, if you're going to miss a ball in front of your net, you want to miss one that hits the crossbar, and that's what just happened with Snowy. We can say if the shot was on target, he had the read covered. But either way, it's an opportunity for Pioneers, which goes a-begging. They are in an attacking position, though, looking for a pressure play. And To Die For, try something there, doesn't quite work out. And now suddenly, Pioneers in trouble, heading toward the net. 3 goals, Tekos on the board.
Are they allowed to do that? Is Tekos allowed to score? Somebody other than Guns, apparently so. Strips the ball, sends it forward, and Greybeard, that is not the first time we have seen Pioneers having 0 coverage in their net.
Yeah, it's kind of not going their way, and I think it's more a case of 5 Fears seem to have a very clear plan, very clear strategy, and sticking to it. There's seems to be no doubt, and that strategy might just be make sure Guns is involved in the play.
It's true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it at this point. For Five Fears, you look at game 2 as a pretty surefire win, but Greybeard, you don't look at this series as a surefire win. If anything has been told of this story between these two teams, it's the potential of the comeback. 2 of the 3 victories were off of a 1-3 deficit in the series.
Yeah, we think back to the second open, Pioneers 3-1 up against Five Fears, and Five Fears made the comeback, including that epic overtime. So it's certainly doable, and I think Five Fears, the players are professional enough, experienced enough to know that you never take your eye off the ball in terms of what's going down. You never try and cruise your way through. They will know they got to work right until the end of game 4, their 4th victory.
But something's important about the adjustments that they have to make here. Guns just got another kind of pre-jump takeaway in the midfield. I think he's got his name imprinted on the center of this court. No one has been able to beat this player in the midfield. As he flicks past one and gets a great 50 on a second. He's got to get solved by the Pioneers.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call. Here comes Lewis P. He's got no boost, but just trying to edge his way forward. A little bit of fakery, taking it slow to die for. Shooting for goal 1,000, doesn't get it, but it is. Oh, is it going to be a shutout? I think Pioneers are going to be shut out, at least when this ball hits the ground. And Five Fears, a very important 2-game lead in this best of 7.
Well, I told you to die for his 1,000-goal milestone would be at the farthest back of his head. I don't think it's even anywhere there right now. They have a lot more to solve here, and that is anyone getting a goal in these games. Five Fears with a strong victory here. And, you know, we've tooted the horn of Guns, but that's Tekaz on 100% goal participation. A couple of solid assists to follow up that downtown goal that they had earlier. Tekaz seems to be just as locked in.
A solid win. A Five Fears team that look like, at least for now, they understand what the Pioneers are doing. They understand how to counter it. They understand how to play this team. And a 3-goal shutout is at this level between these two teams is as close to a dominating win as you're going to get between these two teams. So all the work for Pioneers, but as it stands right here, right now, after 2 games, Five Fears have regional win number 3 in their sights. They can see the finish line just on the horizon.
Just on the horizon. We think back to those comebacks to the grand finals that these teams have had, and I'm not as sold that it's in that view quite yet, but they are having the momentum right now. I kind of think back to the stats we talked about earlier, the shooting percentages of the teams. In their 3 meetings, Pioneers had the 30% shooting percentage, whereas Five Fears down to 15%. Yet in the previous match, Snowy had the best shot percentage of the day, 56. When these players find those avenues and create them, they have such precision, especially Snowy. And that's not even the players scoring the goals. So the offense feels in top form right now for Five Fears, and maybe for Pioneers, a timeout can help swing that momentum away.
I was trying to make the point. Guns kept rudely interrupting me in the point I was trying to make all the way back in game 1 is that it does feel like Pioneers, in addition to what they need to be doing out there, have got to overcome a mental barrier that sits with them, because I think they were a little surprised at their losing the 2 regionals that they did back in split number 1, and they're yet to overcome this. And look at this early on. Tekaz, last game's MVP, almost bludgeoning his way through the KCP defense inside the first 20 seconds.
Five Fears going for the wake-up call after the timeout, saying you can take all the time you want to try to slow us down. We will showcase absolutely none of that. 2 very strong shots to start this game number 3, and keep Pioneers feeling lively on defense. It's going to be another air dribble 50 setup from Five Fears. It doesn't award them the goal. In fact, It leaves them out of the equation for a to die for goal. There it is, 1,000.
And he would love for it to be in a winning effort. RLCS goal 1,004 to die for. And more importantly, given the present context, it's a Pioneers lead for the first time in the series.
It'd be a hallmark moment for this team. Even with KCP gathering that lead, it has been 5 Fears with their nose to the grindstone, with all the chances. And I don't think a single Pioneers member was closer to the ball than all of 5 Fears here.
No, look at this. Snowy shoots, Guns and Tekos both coming in for the steal.
That's after the bump from the
Wild.
Pioneers. They bumped each other. Yeah. Catastrophic.
The lead short-lived for the Pioneers, but they will take a little bit of confidence from having had the lead. Maybe an opportunity here. That's going to be wide, and Lewis will keep possession. Sweaty denied by Snowy on the line.
I will say I'm waiting for that kind of breakthrough moment for Lewis P as well. He has been astounding in this event in particular, and I do want to see them get in the position to make some solid solo plays. For now, they will be on defense, taking that play away, but they did make the personal decision, from what I recall, to not play in the region. Has that kind of ping disadvantage. For many moments in this event, though, hasn't seemed like it's affected him.
Yeah, but it is a little bit nervy, and it's the kind of thing that can play on your mind. You know, I remember talking to Happy Meal years ago, and he said the problem with high ping is it breeds a little uncertainty because you're not sure if it's your play or the ping that's causing an issue. So, but as you quite rightly pointed out, I think Lewis P is at a level in his game where he understands where he's at, what he needs to do. We are coming up to the halfway line here as the ball is, and it is locked at 1-1. Pioneers coming forward. Sweaty takes to the air, tries to go it alone, easily dispossessed by Tekos, but they keep the pressure on. Here comes to die for, looking for 1001, but he gets blocked out.
Oh, and that's the pass inside to Tekos. Can you get any more picture perfect than this? What a snappy link up between the two.
And what starts to sort of come into a little bit of peripheral focus at this point, Pyro, is the potential and possibility of a sweep. And that would be a massive disaster for Pioneers to get themselves swept in this in a split that is so important for their major and world's aspirations.
Fortunately for them, whether it's a sweep or it's a best of 7 win, it will not affect the scoring, but you're right. That'd be a shockwave, especially after their loss and eventual lower bracket run here in playoffs. It would on the question, but I'm still far from seeing that finish line with all the comebacks we've seen in the grand finals. Pioneers with that demolition. Lewis P just has to get this on target.
Oh, no.
It was too far forward of the play. There was no chance really to get that on net. And Pioneers will have wanted that chance back.
Oh, man. And oh, yes. Oh, no. Tekos is going to be there. And yeah, you know, out of 100 replays of that exact situation, Lewis P's probably finding a way to turn around the corner in 30 or 40 of them. But not on that occasion. And it is still Pioneers, after having their first lead, are now behind once more, having to overcome a Pioneers lead. And just to get things leveled up, 1 goal, then find a way to win if they possibly can. They do not want, after taking the timeout, to find themselves in the reverse sweep position.
Yeah, no timeouts remaining at this point. They've got to convert this. Lewis P tries to get around Tekos. That's another shot over to Lewis P.
Oh, yes.
Give and go for to die for to close.
Goal 1001. Lewis with a 50 there to die for to Lewis, and it was probably going in, but to die for didn't get to 1,000 goals, but by not taking those sorts of opportunities when they present themselves.
Ooh, a double kick out from 5 Fears. They love to stir the pot on those face-offs, but haven't necessarily awarded themselves a goal due to it, but they're keeping Pioneers on their toes, that's for sure. All taken up by Snowy, but loses control. Barrels right back into them. They say, if I can't have the ball, neither can you. With that bumping play, will it be solved now? Regulation is Sweaty, can't get the pitch past Guns. Tekos plays behind as Snowy and Guns both at the goal line, but they've got no boost. There's really not much they can do in this situation, but kind of pitter-patter at the ball as Pioneers move their way forward. They've got this final chance before OT. Sweaty flips towards the net. Guns counters. Lewis P. A boost to make something out of this, but it's hit to the ground. It's going to be overtime for game 3.
And this makes a lot more sense. Pioneers, 5 Fears in an overtime. And a critical one here. Far more important for Pioneers than it is for 5 Fears. Of course, 5 Fears will not be taking their foot off the gas. They want this win. And that's heading that's been teed up for Tekos. But saved. Oh, it looked like such a devastating play. But Pioneers keep their head about them. They keep it out. And they will be pushing forward. Of course, 5 Fears will not. They will be gunning to win this overtime. But they will also recognize that Pioneers will be far more desperate to win it.
Well, certainly. And
There it
now
is.
the desperation really starts to seep in. The counterattack, Tekos skies through Lewis P. For Snowy to once again pick up what's left over. 5 Fears 1 game away from starting the split off on top.
More than once, Pyro, you have mentioned the comebacks in grand finals this season between these two teams. It is now 3-0. 5 Fears have 4 bites of what seems like a pretty small apple to take their 3rd consecutive open win. Is there room for the comeback? Keeping in mind that we've already had, in RLCS globally, we've already had a best of 7 reverse sweep this weekend.
Well, that just makes me think that the one allotted has been used up.
Yeah, that's exactly what
No
I'm
more
thinking.
remaining for how infrequent it is. No, there's certainly room, but I mean, I'm thinking less of the long journey and more of the ability for Pioneers to just take it a game at a time and win a single game. Like, we did go to overtime for the first time, but otherwise 5 Fears have really controlled the tempo. As is typical for them, they do put on more shots, but the problem is they're converting them as well. I mean, Guns has been so precise today. I also mentioned the fact that the Tekos Snowy combo has to be taken into account, and that really was prolific in that game number 3. Everything that works for 5 Fears, all of their strengths are coming together in this series. The KCP has to find some way to take that down.
But if the sweep does come to pass, what a statement by 5 Fears in terms of their dominance of this region. That would be just wild and crazy. But Pioneers, if they want to be champions, they got to dig themselves out of holes like this. And as you've quite rightly pointed out, a game at a time, stick to what you know, shot on, it's going to go high and wide. Another forward momentum effort comes to naught for Pioneers, but it's at least a positive start for them.
And a reminder that the timeout had already been used after game number 2. So none available here in the break. After the break of game number 3, they've got to get right down to it and start evading demos. That's 1 taken down. Sweaty avoids the forthcoming bump and gets 2 saves. So accounting for 2 players that were otherwise lost.
Echo's going for yet another bump, leaves it for Guns, and Guns will snipe it just under the crossbar, bang it in at 125 k's an hour. And 5 Fears right now are imperious.
They've got the momentum, they've got the goals, and they've got no reason to stop now. It's a great kickoff for them. Guns with the pass. Tekos for the closer. 2 up in game 4. No signs of slowing.
Guns Tekos tag team. Tekos in the first goal, setting up Guns. Guns setting up Tekos in the second. And my goodness, they don't look like a team who want to be stopped, who will tolerate being stopped.
Oh, the 1-2-3 devolves just a little bit for KCP. They tried to find a fourth chance there to get that ball to the net, but that was too much time provided for Five Fears to lock in, get their feet set, and make that save. Great chance, though, off the face-off to try to get points on the board here. Still plenty of time to do so. Ball's it off the ceiling, and KCP ready to control this ball. The bump is upward of the field as well. Pass is going to come through here from Lewis P. in front of the goal, but the save is made in time.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now, I mean, we've had Pioneers and Five Fears locked in as the two top teams, but now the conversation, it feels like it's now shifting to Five Fears being the number one team, and then just like the conversation for third and fourth place is now there are three teams competing, but at the top it seems to have crystallized into our top 1 and 2 if things continue the way they are for the rest of the season.
And we'll talk about it from a player perspective as well. Guns is 6 for 11 in the series. That is an over 50% shooting percentage. With these kind of nerves that should be there in the grand final with the stakes on the line right now. Such an impressive performance. Is he going to get more here? A beautiful air dribble 50 that nearly gives Five Fears their third. That follow-up shot just didn't come in time. Snowy just barely gets a hold of that ball as well. They get it closer and closer to the net. Getting the bump too. Five Fears playing a little far behind. Would rather keep their lead for now.
Just 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes between Five Fears taking their third consecutive. That's heading toward the net. But like so many times before, Five Fears know where they got to be. And more importantly, they are where they got to be when it matters most, in front of the net, getting the saves, getting the clears, getting the 50s, and on the other side, getting the goals. 2-0. We're coming into the last minute, 40 seconds, and right now it's just, it doesn't seem Pioneers have answers to some very difficult Five Fears questions.
Well, the good news is you don't need too much momentum in Rocket League. You just need that one moment that works. 1 minute and 30 seconds for Pioneers to turn the tables. To Die For has a great approach to the net, but Tech Oz strikes back with just enough power to keep it away and keep the plays from Pioneers at bay. Sweaty, what do you got off the sidewall? To Die For closes in on it as well, but Pioneers just can't create the avenue to the net.
Yeah, now they really are pushing. They are clutching at it, and you feel they have to. Big miss here. If that goes in, we can write the script, sign off that obituary, and go cut print. 50 seconds to go. You feel Pioneers have got to score right here, right now. Give them the chance of some kickoff chaos. Here comes Sweaty. Tries to fake, tries to get under. They're not having pass to Die For. Toward the net. Awkward. Guns gets a touch. There's a demo on the front line. This has to go in. It does. 31 seconds remain between Pioneers and the end of the road in open 4.
That was perfect from Lewis P. The only player from Five Fears that could make a difference there was Guns, so remove that factor from the equation. The demolition gives them the goal. Pioneers with 30 seconds to equalize.
25 seconds to go. Sweaty gets the save, but the saves aren't going to be helping them. They've got to be getting over to the other side. Here comes Sweaty looking for to Die For. Finds it, pass, shoot, score!
There it is. Lewis P. closes in on it, but To Die For so smart to not keep that ball trailing in the corner. Take that direct pass, tie this game, stay alive.
Is that the moment? This is a very key moment. Good kickoff for Pioneers.
No way.
Lewis P. Not going to get past Guns, but there has been a demo. It might be open on the other side. No. All right, now we're going to go to an overtime. And has there been a more important overtime for the Pioneers? Well, let me not call it yet. The ball has not hit the ground. Here comes Guns. The ball does hit the ground. The most important overtime Pioneers have ever had.
Scared me, Greybeard. I wasn't so sure we'd see overtime, but here we are. And it's Tech Oz to Guns. Takes it high. Will Tech Oz turn in on this to take the advantage of the kickoff? Not quite yet. Pioneers, they've got boost. They've got a way to the other side. And they've got those last 2 goals in their favor. Can they turn it to a third?
There's only ever been one best of 7 reverse sweep in SSA RLCS all the way back in 2022, 23. And so they'd have to be making a little bit of history here, Pioneers, but it all starts with getting the next goal in this overtime. They are on attack. Tekos looking calm and collected. The doink pushes it forward. For a moment, Pioneers looking a little bit out of sorts, but they still do have possession. Here comes Sweaty, not going to get past Snowy.
Oh my, and Snowy is finally chased down to die for. Said, get him out of here. And so he will have to respond back the other side. As KCP try to exit here, my eyes are on Lewis P.
Oh boy.
Who is going to be the last player on the goal line? Who is the player defeated by the top goal scorer of this series? Guns calls game.
Oh my word. 5 Fears win their 3rd open, and not only do they win it against a sweep. In a sweep against the Kansas City Pioneers. What a performance. What a statement. And the statement they've made is there's only one team we think should be going to Paris, and that is 5 Fears.
What a confident showing from them. I mean, right out of the gate, right? We've talked about how topsy-turvy these series have been. 2 of the 3 matches went to Game 7. We were all sat waiting to see exactly that. But 5 Fears, even after 2 overtimes, solidify that they are the top for a reason. And again, eyes on Guns. What a series out of him from beginning to end.
Yeah, and probably the tournament MVP if you break down all the stats. I mean, what a time this guy is having. And he just gets better and better, and you get the sense that there's more to come for him. I think, based on a couple of conversations I've had, he, more than any other player, has taken advantage of his time at majors in terms of the connections he's made, the people he's spoken to. This guy has a lot of distance to cover. My goodness, guys, what? We certainly weren't expecting to be back on this desk this quickly.
Apologies, slight technical issue there. I was just saying it was a bit of a disappointment, and the phrase "not with a bang but a whimper" certainly does come to mind. This matchup has happened so many times, and it's always been so back and forth. But this time around, KCP just were not able to step up to the plate. And there are 2 stories to be told here. The first story, of course, is the obvious one. 5 Fears, hot off of a major appearance. And we spoke with Guns about it a little bit yesterday. And he was saying, it felt like they'd learned a lot and the play styles are really different. I mean, how much stock are we putting in that experience for this one, Bromeo?
I think the Boston buff is real. I was basing purely on historical data that this was going to be a tight affair because in open number 3 it went all the way to game number 7 and it was huge. And to see the complete reversal of fortunes that we witnessed here tonight, my only deduction could be that this team has elevated itself through its experiences in the time in between, and that was Boston and all of the international experience they garnered. So yeah, 100% Boston buff.
So that's one side of this coin. The other side of the coin is that our big talking point has been this is a KCP that looks like maybe they're slowly working their way back up to being the KCP that we recognize, and yet in this series they fell short, Greybeard. What do we think was kind of the big contributing factor in that?
So the first open was back in December, and there was a 4 or 5, maybe a 6-week gap between the second open. We're now in a position where these opens are coming at us really, really fast. In 2 weeks, we'll be talking about the winners of the second open, and 2 weeks after that, the winners of the third. So there is almost no time to kind of go and reflect as Five Fears would have had after their open number 1 loss to Pioneers. My worry about the Pioneers right now is they were in a little bit of a mental hole coming into this one, and that's only gotten deeper. And for me, that's going to be the first challenge, and then figuring out the technicals of overcoming Five Fears. But right now, as we stand now, there is a clear number 1 and number 2 team in the region.
Yeah, I think like the other point here with 5 Fears having all this momentum in this event, along with that buff from the major, is like everyone's in the right form. We already called out the strengths of this team, which was that Tekov Snowy combo and that Guns individual caliber. And now what you've removed from that is the tension, is the nerves. Like those nerves and mistakes were palpable. No offense, Guns, but partly from you. I think back to that 10-minute overtime where we saw some moments there, but I mentioned it only because it's been washed away. There were very few mistakes that we saw from this team in the finals, and it's making this team look all the better.
Well, let's get a little bit of insight from the man himself. We have Guns here ready for another interview. It feels like we just get to see so much of you. Congratulations on yet another win, and not just any old win, a very dominant sweep in the grand finals. And I want to get maybe a bit of a temperature check on KCP from you, because we've spoken about them a lot. It's your first time playing up against them in an official capacity since Boston. What do you think was the major change, or the major change with them, change with you? Like, what's your temperature check?
You see, I could be very hot right now and just say, we're just 200% of the team that they are.
Oof.
But let me not say that, or I already did. But I don't know. They've just been playing very bad these past few days. We've kind of sorted out how to exactly play against them. And yeah, I think we're just a better team right now, to be honest.
Guns, I was mentioning how you seem to have a cooler head in these moments, right? Maybe the nerves were there being in some of your first grand finals in this season. Maybe some of the nerves were there representing your region at the major, but now you're back on home turf. Now you're 4-0ing Pioneers. Do you feel like you have a cooler head in these games? Have the nerves settled, or has it just been much of the same?
I mean, there still is nerves, game 1 nerves. I get a little bit. I mean, a little shaky. I mean, I scored 3 goals in the first game, so it didn't really look like I had nerves there. But right now, I feel like I have a cooler head. I've learned to kind of hold the emotions back, instead of it taking over my my head. But after making Boston, I feel like we're the clear number 1 team. So I mean, you just have to go in with confidence that you're going to win.
You talk about the team, you talk about the confidence. I want to work off of that, because the last time we spoke to you, you're talking about how, you and Snowy are friends. You're getting along really well, and that seems to help on the field as well. How much of that kinship that you have with your team is being reflected in the game?
And I think it does actually reflect in the game. Like me and him, we yin and yang. We complete opposites. I'm the new guy, he's the old guy. So I mean, it does work. In other aspects, he teaches me what I'm doing wrong. Sometimes I get a little bit frustrated. He keeps me calm. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of variables that contrast one another.
It's great to see that camaraderie coming out, and as you said, right, it definitely does elevate things. And speaking of elevation, so you guys playing in the scene for as long as you have now with some international experience, one of our big talking points over the weekend has been kind of how the level of Rocket League locally feels like it's rising. We've gone from a 1-team region to a 2, maybe even an argument for a 3-team region, and that gap is slowly closing. From your experience, seeing some of the players overseas and so on, how do you feel about the growth of Rocket League in South Africa?
I think the growth is very. I think it's going very well right now. I know Bromeo and them do the high school league, developing the younger players. I feel like that's also a very good start, because when you're younger, you retain information a lot easier. So I think that's also a positive. And the import, I mean, Tekov teaches me and Snowy a lot. keeps us calm, like when we didn't even know we were like antsy, you know. But yeah, I think the imports just bring a lot to play with the new rule. So I think it does help a lot, you know.
All right, well, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Any quick shout outs before we let you go celebrate?
I mean, shout out to my teammates, bro. Like, actually, like, I just can't believe it. Genuinely, I just can't believe how good we are. But and wait, hold on. Just sorry to interrupt you, but
go ahead.
Shout out to my mom and my gran as well, like keeping me calm as well.
Amazing. I love that so much. Congratulations once again. Go celebrate with the guys, and we'll see you in open number 5.
Yeah, have a good one, yeah?
Congrats, man.
I love that he shouts out grassroots.
Yeah.
I
The
love
high
that
school
he's-
scene.
Yeah. I love that.
All right.
Have a good one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Just another
certainly
day in the
did.
office.
So, certainly feeling himself here on this one. That was a fantastic performance from no longer arguably, certainly without a doubt, cemented in stone, our number 1 team in the SSA region. But now we need to know who our number 1 driver has been over the course of the day. Before we dive into the official winner, I'm going to throw you all under the bus once again. So, Bromeo, who you got?
Oh man, that's so tough because there's been so many good games today. Like, I'd be even tempted to pick somebody from that Astronic Bro Crocros. I would actually go Devour. Devour is my driver of the day. Guns was good, but he was good last weekend too. Yeah, Devour.
Okay, GB?
I love the Devour shout. I mean, the best game of today, the best, probably one of the top 2 series of the entire season was that Astronic Bro Crocros game, and I think Devour has a shout. But my shout is not just the driver of the day, the driver of this tournament. Guns, guns, guns.
All right, Pyro, what about you?
I'll just echo Greybeard with some stats. I can't remember the last time I saw a 50% shooting percentage in the grand finals with such confidence. Guns went 8 for 16 in that match and seemed to hit every single mark that you look for in such a breakthrough competitor. So kudos to the whole team. But yeah, in my opinion, Guns deserves that title.
Oh, Guns is very quickly becoming a fan favorite here on the desk. But let's see who the fan favorite is amongst the actual fans. Who did you guys vote for your driver of the day? And it's Guns! Okay, we have a bit of uniformity between our desk and our Twitch chat, which is quite interesting because Twitch chat's been a little all over the place with their predictions today. I will just say that in second place was Devour, followed
There we
by
go.
Declan in third. So you know what, the people they do like to glaze Guns, but there is certainly recognition for Devour as well. So very exciting to see that we're spreading the love quite a bit there. But that's bringing us to the end of our grand final here today in open number 4. So one last time, let me get through all of that admin. First and foremost, Greybeard, I'm going to throw this one to you because you do it the best justice of anyone. Tell us about the RLCS community.
And this is mostly for people new to Rocket League or who have been playing Rocket League and had no idea that there was more to do than just play the game in ranked or casual. We have a number of communities built and managed by passionate community people. We have room for the people who have real lives that want to compete. You can go and learn about the game, hang with people of your age and play a video game. We have the biggest esport community league on the continent. Whatever your rank, you will compete with people of your rank. If you want coaching, if you're more competitively minded and want to shape and build a team, there are communities there. So go to acgl.gg/RLCS or hit that QR code there and find the community right for you. For us to become globally competitive, we need to build a really, really strong base, and it starts there.
Well, that's where that starts, but this is where we unfortunately finish. But the action is not over. A reminder, guys, just on the topic of the community, remember that the signups, I believe signups are open, 5 are still open, 6 definitely
Until
still
Tuesday.
are. there you go, until Tuesday. And I also wanted to kind of springboard off of what Guns was saying about the high school league. Parents, if you're watching, if you've got a kid that's passionate about esports, a kid that maybe doesn't fit in so much with the athletic crowd, but you'd love for them to interact with people more and to find their tribe, this is the place to do it. High school esports. There are, if I remember correctly, there was like 150 schools across South Africa that compete in the ACGL High School League. So you can find all of that information in the Rocket League community. But that's going to be us wrapping things up once again. We will be back in 2 weeks for Open number 5. We'll be live on Twitch, and of course, we're going to be live on Supersport as well. So thank you everybody for all of your support. Thank you for tuning in. 260 schools. My apologies. There you go. A lot of schools getting involved, and that number is growing. Thank you everybody for hanging out with us. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we'll see you all here same time, same place in 2 weeks' time.